Chapter 1140. This voice didn't come from Rongxiu's mouth, but it still reached Chu Liuyue's ears clearly. It was low and hoarse, easily moving one's heart. Chu Liyue was dazed for a moment, but she quickly reacted and narrowed her eyes dangerously. She didn't believe that Rongxiu didn't know about this. It's just a trip to Thousand Wine Mountain. Thousand Wine Mountain? Rongxiu raised his eyebrows slightly. She didn't know what he was thinking, but there was an unfathomable smile in his eyes. It's indeed a good place. She had just returned to the academy, and she was going there. Chu Liyue blinked. Why, can't I go to Thousand Wine Mountain? Looking at the way Rongxiu mentioned Thousand Wine Mountain, it didn't seem like a compliment. Of course not. Rongxiu smiled and gently tapped her lips. Go early and come back early. Be obedient and don't cause any trouble. Chu Liyue was speechless. She was just going to have fun with a few friends, not to fight or cause trouble. Rongxiu's tone sounded like she was going to do something bad on purpose. Why is there no movement at all? Could it be that he's really not here? This was Xiaofan's voice. Why don't we go somewhere else to look? It shouldn't be. Since we've already agreed. Luo Shishir muttered. Let's go in and take a look. If there's no one, then we'll talk. Luo Yanming said and was about to push the door open. Chu Liyue frowned slightly. The moment the door opened, Rongxiu's figure disappeared from the room. Chu Yu? Seeing Chu Liyue sitting cross-legged on the bed, Luo Yanming was stunned. Why didn't you answer when I called you outside? Chu Liyue slowly heaved a sigh of relief and jumped down from the bed. It's nothing. I was thinking about a prescription and was a little absent-minded, so I didn't hear you. In the dark night, the light in the room was very dim. They couldn't clearly see Chu Liyue's slightly red and swollen lips, as well as his watery and hazy eyes. Chu Liyue smiled. Let's go. Thousand Wine Mountain. When they arrived, the moon was already high in the sky. The bright moonlight slanted down, casting a faint blue shadow on the forest. The night breeze blew gently, and the leaves rustled. Occasionally, one could hear various sounds. Chu Liyue listened attentively and realized that the noise seemed to be coming from the top of the mountain. Today is the beginning of the month. Many students will come here. Luo Shishir explained as if she had seen through Chu Liyue's thoughts. We're already quite late. However, fourth brother has already helped us book a spot here, so we can just go there directly. Only then did Chu Liyue realize that the 10,000 Wine Mountain was so particular. Isn't this place open to everyone? Why is it so troublesome? Chu Liyue asked casually. Of course it's because of the spring. Xiaofan, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and chuckled. It seems like you really don't know. It's said that the spring water that gushes out from the spring is very beneficial to the cultivator's body. Sometimes, it can even help one break through the shackles and reach a higher level. Therefore, the closer to the spring, the more precious the spot is. Today is the beginning of the month, so there are the most people here. Of course, it's the hardest to get a spot. Chu Liyue nodded in understanding. He could roughly guess what was going on. Everyone had worked hard during the day. It was rare for them to have a place to relax, so they naturally wouldn't miss it. The new students who passed the assessment wanted to celebrate. The older students who made it onto the Azure Sky Roll also wanted to celebrate. Even those who were defeated couldn't help but have some thoughts of drowning their sorrows in alcohol. It wasn't surprising that this place would be so lively. Is the spring water really so magical? In comparison, Chu Liyue was more curious about this. She had seen a lot of heavenly treasures, but she had never heard of such an existence. The spring water that gushed out from the spring had such amazing effects. It made people curious. Hee. I've only heard about it. As for the specific effects, won't we naturally know when we get up there? Zhuosheng smiled indifferently. Obviously, he didn't care much about these rumors. What he cared about was whether they could have a good time tonight. Chu Luyue didn't ask any more questions and continued to walk up. The closer they got to the top of the mountain, the clearer the lively sounds became. It seemed to be mixed with the sound of a stream. Chu Luyue looked towards the source of the sound. Unfortunately, she couldn't see clearly in the dense forest. She could barely see what seemed to be a stream flowing down. The moonlight shone on it, making it sparkle. It didn't seem to be anything special. Zhuosheng, why are you only here now? A hearty young man's voice suddenly came from the top of the mountain. We all thought that you weren't planning to come. Immediately after, Chu Luyue saw a few people walking down from above. Zhuosheng laughed loudly. Huh. If we didn't come, wouldn't it be too boring? After listening to their conversation, Chu Luyue understood their identities. They were also students that the Xian masters had just recruited today. Only the person talking to Zhuosheng at the front was a senior brother who had come to the academy about a year earlier than them. Coincidentally, he and Zhuosheng had known each other for a long time. Therefore, their relationship seemed to be very close. After that, Zhuosheng introduced them to each other. After hearing the name, Chu Yu, those people's gazes paused on Chu Luyue for a moment. However, most of their attention was still on Luo Shishir. Especially the young man who greeted Zhuosheng, he was very eager to Luo Shishir. Anyone could tell that he had feelings for Luo Shishir. From their words, it wasn't hard to tell that they knew each other. However, Luo Shishir didn't seem to be interested in him. She had always been reserved and polite and didn't even say much. Just like that, the group of people went up the mountain together in a subtle atmosphere. Thousand Wine Mountain was actually a very tall and majestic mountain peak. The top of the mountain was vast and could accommodate many people at the same time. Moreover, under the bright moonlight, the scenery was just right. Coupled with the rich and refreshing wine fragrance in the air, it was even more intoxicating. From afar, Chu Luyue could smell that strange fragrance. She sniffed lightly and took a deep breath. She immediately felt as if her entire chest and abdomen were soaked in that intoxicating wine fragrance. However, this smell wouldn't really make people lose their minds. Therefore, the elders of the academy would turn a blind eye to the students relaxing on Thousand Wine Mountain on this day. After Chu Luyue reached the top of the mountain, she immediately saw the spring in the middle. Chapter 1141. Speaking of which, it was strange. This spring was growing at the top of Thousand Wine Mountain. No one knew how the spring water gushed out. The size of the mouth of the spring was about the size of a normal well. The edge of the mouth of the spring was made of translucent white mountain rocks. It was unknown whether it was because of the spring water or because the moonlight was too bright, but in any case, the mouth of the spring looked exceptionally clear and moist. From afar, there was still spring water gushing out of the spring. Then, it flowed down, forming a stream that spread down from the mountain peak. There were many people standing around. Some of them directly filled their wine jugs or wine cups, drank it all in one gulp, or slowly tasted it. Everyone chatted with each other, and the atmosphere was very lively. Chu Luyue and the others arrived at the location they had agreed on earlier. It was actually a boundary beside the stream. There was still a small distance between this place and the spring. Chu Luyue scanned her surroundings and recognized the people standing closest to the spring. They seemed to be her senior brothers and senior sisters who were very strong. When the people beside them looked over, they were obviously envious. However, no one crossed the line. Obviously, everyone here was very obedient. I really don't know when we'll be able to stand closest to the spring. It was rare for Zhuosheng to lower his voice, his eyes filled with envy. I heard that the spring water that has just gushed out of the spring contains the purest energy. When it flows down, its effect will be greatly weakened. If we can stand there. Hey! Who doesn't want to in the academy? But how can this be so easy? You have to know that the people standing there are all in the top 50 of the Azure Cloud roll. Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows slightly. Top 50, that was basically 40 or so. Otherwise, they would directly say top 40, or even top 30, and so on. In the academy, this ranking could definitely be considered as one of the most outstanding. Of course, it could not be said to be the top. On the contrary, the most powerful ones would not appear in such a place. Chu Luiyue retracted his gaze and took a few steps closer to the stream to take a closer look. Standing here, he could indeed feel a subtle aura contained within. It was as if it was some kind of very special pure energy. Chu Luiyue was curious. It was said that this 1,000-wine mountain was just an ordinary mountain back then. On a certain day 1,000 years ago, for some unknown reason, there was a strange phenomenon in the world. Wind and thunder rumbled. After the chaos, such a wonderful thing had appeared on the 10,000-wine mountain. It had been a very long time since then. TSK, the wine of this myriad wine mountain is indeed good stuff. Zhuosheng could no longer hold back his curiosity and casually poured himself a cup. After drinking it, his eyes immediately lit up. You guys give it a try too. Luo Yanming and Gushi Yi also tried drinking a few mouthfuls. They were pleasantly surprised. It is indeed a good item. This seems to be even more fragrant than the 9-leaf green that we drank in the clan before. At this moment, Chu Luiyue felt a weight on his shoulder. She turned her head and saw that Dumpling had unknowingly appeared and was squatting on her shoulder. At this moment, its eyes were shining as it looked at the flowing spring water with a longing look. Chu Luiyue, you want it? Dumpling nodded frantically. Yes. I want to. This smell is simply too fragrant, all right? Chu Luiyue rarely saw it like this, so she could not help but laugh. She took out a cup, filled it to the brim, and handed it to it. Here, for you. Dumpling poked its head in and drank a mouthful. Its eyes shone even more brightly. In a short while, Dumpling had finished all the spring water in the cup. It smacked its lips and looked at Chu Luiyue eagerly. Its eyes were full of emotions. You want more? Chu Luiyue glanced at its stomach suspiciously. Dumpling had not revealed its true body now. It was only the size of a palm. The cup just now could have contained it. She didn't know how it managed to drink so much spring water. Now, it wanted more. Dumpling inched closer to her and pecked her on the cheek. Then, it used its furry little head to rub against her face. Its lackey nature was completely exposed. Chu Luiyue, Chuyu, is this your contracted magical beast? Luo Shishi asked in surprise. Chu Luiyue nodded. Hiss, this seems to be a red-tailed phoenix. Luo Yanming, who was standing at the side, could not hide her surprise. This was a divine beast. Moreover, it was a divine beast with an extremely strong bloodline power. Even they might not be able to contract such a divine beast. Luo Shishi also widened her eyes slightly. She knew that Chuyu had a divine beast contract. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to ask for the refiner's test during the day. However, she did not expect Chuyu's divine beast to be such a powerful existence. I really couldn't tell. Chuyu, how old are you? You actually have such a divine beast contract. Zhuosheng glanced at it and was also shocked. Aren't you a celestial physician? How can you contract such a powerful divine beast? They all knew that Chuyu's realm as a warrior was only at the early stage of the 7th stage. According to his talent and strength, there should be no reason for him to be able to subdue such an arrogant divine beast. Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. I'm just lucky. But isn't this too good? Zhuosheng could not help but murmur as he looked at Chu Luiyue with a strange gaze. Where did you come from? According to such a family background, he should be a disciple of a first-class family, right? Chu Luiyue smiled but did not say anything. He had no intention of revealing his identity. Luo Shishi and the others did not care. In Lingxiao College, students could come from any place or force on the continent. For various reasons, many people were not willing to completely expose their origins. In addition, in the college, there was the guidance and supervision of the dean and elders. Everyone's focus would be on cultivation and not other aspects. Therefore, when a person did not want to reveal his background and origin, others would tactfully not ask anymore. In any case, in the college, these were all secondary. As long as you were outstanding enough, you did not need to care about anything else. Chu Luiyue teased Dumpling. If you want more, you can drink it yourself. In any case, they were standing by the stream. Dumpling only needed to fly down. However, Dumpling shook its head and looked in a certain direction with bright eyes full of eagerness. Chu Luiyue followed its gaze and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. You. Don't tell me you want to go to the spring to drink it? Dumpling flapped its wings. Yes. It's there. Chu Luiyue, she grabbed Dumpling's wings and lifted it up, looking straight into its eyes. Tuanzi, do you have any misunderstandings about yourself or about your master? She did not even have the qualifications to go there, but it was interested. Dumpling looked at her eagerly. Let it go. The legendary three-eyed eagle's cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 1142. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Although it broke through the shackles and became a red-tailed phoenix, there's still a large part of its bloodline power that hasn't been activated. This is a good opportunity. The legendary three-eyed eagle said. Otherwise, who knows how long it'll take to activate its bloodline power just by relying on your breakthrough. My breakthrough? Chu Luiyue was confused. That's right. It wasn't born a red-tailed phoenix. Without the guidance of its race, the bloodline power in its body can't be fully unleashed. Only when you become a god-level powerhouse can its potential be fully unleashed. Note that it's a supreme god, not a demigod. The legendary three-eyed eagle's voice was cold and straightforward, almost unreasonable. If you want to reach this step now, it'll take a long time. Chu Luiyue, it was full of truth, and she couldn't even refute it. In that case, the spring water coming out of the spring on the top of the mountain has such an effect on Dumpling? Yes. The legendary three-eyed eagle gave a simple sound of acknowledgement. Of course, if you don't want to, just stop it and wait in the future. Chu Luiyue, at this point, wasn't it a little redundant to add this sentence? The legendary three-eyed eagle was arrogant and cold. For it to open its mouth like this, it was definitely not a small matter. She really didn't know that Dumpling had such a problem before. She looked at Dumpling calmly. Those bright and beautiful eyes were looking at her with incomparable desire. Chu Luiyue paused. All right, I'll take you there. Dumpling's eyes were bright, and it was about to kiss her intimately. Chu Luiyue pressed down on its little wings and looked at Zhuosheng beside her. Is there any way to go to the spring? Zhuosheng reacted for a moment and then understood Chu Luiyue's meaning. He looked at her with a strange expression. You really want to go there? Don't do it. Didn't I just say that it's their territory? We can't go there. I just want to ask for some spring water. Besides, the Myriad Wine Mountain is the Academy's territory. When did it become theirs? Chu Luiyue interrupted him with a faint smile. If someone stronger came, I'm afraid they would have to obediently give up their positions, right? Shu, you can't say such things. The young man who was in charge of welcoming them suddenly spoke. He first glanced at the mouth of the spring to make sure that those people hadn't heard Chu Luiyue's words. Then, he slowly let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Chu Luiyue with a frown that was both complaining and warning. You're new here and don't know the rules. It's fine if it's your first time, but don't ever say it again in the future. Otherwise, if you cause any trouble, even I won't be able to protect you. Chu Liuyue's gaze lightly swept across him. Yes, the middle stage of the 9th stage indeed did not have much ability. Not to mention protecting them, he might not even be able to protect himself. There should be other ways, right? Luo Shishir suddenly spoke and looked at the young man with an inquiring expression. Senior brother Yin Fan? A troubled expression appeared on Yin Fan's face. It was rare for Luo Shishir to take the initiative to talk to him, but it was for that Chu Yu. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart, and when he looked at Chu Luyue, he became more and more unpleasant to the eye. Of course, there's nothing absolute. If you really want to go, there are actually 2 ways. First, use points to exchange with them. Usually, it's at least 50,000 points. Second, ask a middleman to introduce you. As long as this person's identity is high enough, the other party will naturally give face. He glanced at Chu Luyue, and a hint of ridicule appeared at the corner of his eyes. Junior brother Chu Yu, you can choose one of them. As soon as he finished speaking, the few of them fell silent for a moment. These 2 methods didn't seem to have any problems at first, but in reality, the difficulty of executing them was very high. On one hand, they had just arrived at the academy and couldn't take out so many points. On the other hand, even if they did, very few people would be willing to exchange them for this. As for the second method, they had just arrived, so how could they know anyone? If 4th brother is willing to step in. Luo Yenming muttered softly. Luo Yenlin was also on the Azure Cloud roll, and his ranking was quite high, so these people should give face. But tonight, Luo Yenlin didn't come with them at all. This greatly increased the difficulty of making peace. Why don't I go and talk to them? For 4th brother's sake, Luo Shishir had just opened her mouth when she was rejected by Yin Fan. It's useless for you to go. They only recognize opponents with similar strength. Even if you're senior brother Luo Yenlin's sister, they won't give any face. If 1 or 2 of them brought their families, wouldn't it be a mess? There was only hope for this matter if Luo Yenlin came personally. Then isn't this matter still hopeless? Zhuo Sheng used her elbow to poke Chu Luyue. Hey, Chu Yu, why are you so persistent about going there? Our current position is already pretty good. Why do you have to find so much trouble for yourself? Luo Shishir glanced at her and pursed her lips. Why don't we ask 4th brother for help next time? Since they were all family, 4th brother shouldn't refuse. Chu Luyue didn't say anything. Dumpling lay pitifully on her shoulder, the light in its eyes gradually dimming. How long will it take for Dumpling's bloodline to fully awaken? Chu Luyue asked in her heart. After a pause, the legendary 3-eyed eagle said, at least stay at the spring for a month. Chu Luyue rubbed her temples with a headache. If it was a day or 2, she could still get Luo Yenlin to help. At most, she would owe him a few favors. But this month, it was very difficult. Dumpling leaned on her shoulder listlessly. Actually, if it didn't work, it wouldn't go. Anyway, the bloodline power was here, so it could be slowly activated. Chu Luyue tapped its head. If she used points to exchange, she would probably use them much faster than she earned them. Moreover, points were very precious in the academy. If she used them all for this, it wouldn't be worth it. If she could get on the Azure Cloud ranking and rely on her own strength to occupy a place, Chu Luyue thought about it seriously and felt that she wouldn't be able to get into the top 50 in a short period of time, so she might as well give up. From the looks of it, there seemed to be no other way. She couldn't let Rong Xiu personally do it. Chu Luyue pondered in her heart. Sigh, Chu Yu, if you ask me, don't even think about it. The spring water of Thousand Wine Mountain is very beneficial for cultivation, but in the end, if you want to become stronger, you still have to work hard. Zhuo Sheng advised casually. Chu Luyue looked up and chuckled. You're right. Luo Shishir also comforted her, that's right. According to your talent, it's only a matter of time before you get on the Azure Cloud ranking. When you're strong enough, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to come here? Her voice was very gentle. Fan watched from the side. Suddenly, he frowned and said, "What's wrong?" "Actually, there's another way." Chapter 1143. Chu Luiyue raised her eyes and glanced at him. Fan held the wine cup in his hand. His face was slightly red, and his lips and teeth were filled with the smell of alcohol. If they didn't know that the spring water wouldn't intoxicate people, they would have thought that he was drunk. His hand moved and pointed in another direction. His eyes seemed to flash with a mysterious and strange light. Everyone comes to Thousand Wine Mountain from evening to early morning. Other than that, there's no one here. If you really want to. Fan, what are you talking about? Luo Shishi interrupted him with some dissatisfaction and frowned slightly. You know that during the day, no one is allowed to enter Thousand Wine Mountain without permission. Aren't you deliberately letting Chuyu make a mistake? I only opened my mouth because I saw that he really wanted to go to the spring. Fan burped. The strong smell of alcohol was almost suffocating. He stared at Chu Luiyue as if he was smiling, but there was no smile in his eyes. Junior brother Chuyu, what do you think? Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows slightly. Was Fan venting his anger on her because of Luo Shishi? This was really an unexpected disaster. Originally, Chu Luiyue wanted to give him some face, but this person was narrow-minded and there was really no need to continue interacting with him. She took half a step back, stroked Tuanzi to comfort her, and said lightly, "Thank you for your good intentions, senior brother Fan. However, I have my own plans, so I won't trouble you." Fan sneered. Pretentious. He didn't believe that this Chuyu really had such guts. He chuckled. Junior brother Chuyu, you just came to the academy, so there are many things that you don't understand. As your senior brother, it's inevitable that I have to remind you. It's good to have ideas, but if you want things that don't belong to you, you'll only cause trouble for yourself. The warning in his words was very strong. Luo Yanming and the others sensed that something was wrong, and their expressions changed slightly. Luo Shishi frowned even more. However, Chu Luiyue only smiled indifferently. Thank you for your advice, senior brother. However, my luck has always been very good. Fan looked at her with a heavy gaze. Chu Luiyue had already turned his gaze to the spring at the top of the mountain. Actually, Fan's words had indeed reminded her. The opening time of Myriad Wine Mountain was very strange, but perhaps because it had always been like this, everyone was used to it. During the day, what kind of secret was hidden in the 10,000 Wine Mountain? Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of wings flapping could be heard. When Chu Luiyue heard this, he looked up. The next moment, a red figure suddenly flew down from the top of the mountain. Ah! Ah Tong, what's wrong with that little thing of yours? At the same time, a hearty laughter came from the top of the mountain. The other woman replied sweetly. Bah! You're the crazy one. This is a divine beast with the bloodline of the crimson gold heavenly phoenix. Perhaps after drinking this spring water, his strength has increased again. As he spoke, the red figure had already flown down from above. Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes. Only then did he see the red flames burning around the magical beast. Wherever it passed, the branches and leaves would burn and the mountain rocks would be charred black. This was enough to show its power. When it passed through the noisy crowd, it attracted waves of exclamations. In order to avoid this magical beast, the crowd retreated one after another. The originally lively mountain peak was instantly in chaos. Chu Luiyue didn't want to get involved in this trouble, so he took a few steps back, wanting to avoid it. Unexpectedly, the magical beast suddenly turned around halfway and headed straight for Chu Luiyue. When the blazing temperature swept over, Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. This thing, swoosh! Dumpling suddenly became energetic. It flapped its wings and was about to rush out. Chu Luiyue stopped it and took a closer look. Only then did she realize that the magical beast that was rushing over was very familiar. She tilted her head and glanced at Dumpling. The same figure, the same flames, it seemed to be a red-tailed phoenix. Chi! The red-tailed phoenix opposite her stared intently at Dumpling, and the flames on its body burned even more fiercely. Immediately, its speed suddenly increased and it headed straight for Dumpling. This was an attack. Chu Luiyue immediately understood something, and her expression turned cold. Tuanzi's eyes were suddenly burning with a crazy desire to fight. However, Chu Luiyue still suppressed it and retreated at the same time. Cha! A ball of fire flew out. It brushed past Chu Luiyue's ear. A few scattered strands of hair were burned, and a faint smell spread out, causing Chu Luiyue to feel a sense of frustration. Chu Yu! Are you okay? Luo Shishir and the others hurriedly asked. That move just now was really too thrilling. If there was a slight deviation, then, I'm fine. Chu Luiyue's expression was indifferent as she looked ahead coldly. Opposite her, the red-tailed phoenix was staring at Dumpling on her shoulder with a provocative gaze. They were both red-tailed phoenixes. Logically speaking, since the two of them were of the same race, they should be closer. However, in reality, the red-tailed phoenix race was inherently competitive. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were aggressive. Once they met, there had to be a victor. Therefore, this red-tailed phoenix suddenly rushed over. Its goal was to compete with Dumpling. This was the rule of their race. Originally, others could not say anything. However, such a rash sneak attack was meaningless. I was wondering what was wrong with this little thing. So there's another red-tailed phoenix here. Chu Luiyue looked over in the direction of the voice. A well-built young man was standing at the top of the mountain, looking down at this scene. Beside him stood a young woman with a curvaceous figure. She was gorgeous and her red hair was very flamboyant. At this moment, she also saw Chu Luiyue standing below, as well as Dumpling on her shoulder. Her originally smiling face turned slightly cold as she raised her eyebrows. Really? The academy is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They even bump into divine beasts. How interesting. Everyone could hear the displeasure in her words. Ah Tong, I think the color of her red-tailed phoenix seems to be richer and purer than yours. The young man laughed as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. If we really fight, I think you're going to lose. The red-haired woman frowned and sized up Chu Luiyue. Newcomer? Another man beside her suddenly said. Isn't that the disciple that Elder Wanzheng just accepted today? I think, his name is Chu Yu. Chu Luiyue could clearly see that after hearing this, the red-haired woman's expression became even worse. So it's such a powerful junior brother. To be able to catch Elder Wanzheng's eye, he must be very outstanding in all aspects, right? The young man who spoke at the beginning laughed maliciously. Ah Tong, didn't you want to go to Elder Wanzheng's side back then, but you were eliminated in the end? The red-haired woman glared at him, then looked at Chu Luiyue and said like an order. You, come here. Digression, la 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 la. Chapter 1144. With a delicate rebuke, the surrounding people quieted down and looked at Chu Luiyue with different expressions. Chu Luiyue paused for a moment and walked forward. Chu Yu. Luo Shishir came up to stop her with a worried expression. Why don't we go with you, Shishir? Do you know who that woman is? Yin Fan sneered with a warning look in his eyes. That's Lu Yin Tong, who's ranked 49th on the Celestial Physician list. At the same time, she's also ranked 46th on the warrior list. She's not someone to be trifled with. And the man who spoke first, Gong Sheng, was ranked 39th on the warrior list. The others were not weak either. They were not ordinary people. We can't afford to provoke them. This ranking, in the Spirit Firmament Academy, was absolutely outstanding. One had to know that the entire college recruited geniuses from all over the world. It was already impressive enough to be able to enter Lingxiao College, not to mention that these people had already made a name for themselves in the college. But, senior brother Luo Yanlin's ranking is higher than theirs, but you have to know that in the college, there are some things that can only be solved by yourself. As Fan spoke, he looked at Chu Luyue meaningfully. Luo Shishir wanted to say something more, but Chu Luyue gave her a reassuring look and chuckled. Don't worry, I know what to do. With that, she took a step forward and went up. Many people looked over. For a moment, the top of the mountain was exceptionally quiet. Little Phoenix, come back. Lu Yintong shouted at the red-tailed phoenix. With a piercing sound, the red figure quickly drew an arc in the air. The red-tailed phoenix had already returned to Lu Yintong's side, and the flames on its body had quietly dissipated. Chu Luyue walked over and stopped 5 steps away from the few of them. The two sides faced each other and fell into a subtle atmosphere. Lu Yintong's gaze first swept over Dumpling. At this moment, both sides were facing each other and were very close to each other. Naturally, they could see each other's situation more clearly. Everyone, including Lu Yintong, saw Dumpling nestled on Chu Luyue's shoulder. The blazing red color on its body was indeed pure and rich. It was clearly much better than Lu Yintong's. This also proved that the bloodline power in its body was purer and denser. Lu Yintong frowned. Ever since she contracted this red-tailed phoenix, she had always been very proud of it. After all, not everyone had such good luck. Who knew that this kind of new student who had just arrived at the academy, who looked ordinary, actually also had a red-tailed red phoenix. And it was even better than hers. It would be a miracle if Lu Yintong felt good about it. Chuyu greets senior brothers and sisters. Chu Luyue was the first to speak and politely greeted them. However, his attitude was neither servile nor overbearing, and he didn't seem to be nervous. So you're Chuyu. Lu Yintong looked at Chu Luyue with an unbridled and picky gaze, as if she was looking at a cheap object. Chu Luyue pretended not to see her gaze, and his expression was still calm and composed. I'm new here. Senior brothers and sisters, please give me your guidance. Ha! You're a talkative kid. Gong Sheng, who was at the side, clapped his hands and smiled happily. Your red-tailed phoenix is quite interesting. Ah Tong is always showing off her phoenix. Today, another one has finally arrived. Why don't we let them compete? Chu Luyue's expression changed slightly. Senior brothers and sisters are all giants among men. I don't dare to be presumptuous. You don't want to compete? Gong Sheng's words were very straightforward, and many times, they even sounded a little harsh. TSK, Ah Tong, even junior brother doesn't want to compete with you. Chu Luyue glanced at Gong Sheng. His words were obviously intentional. As expected, Lu Yintong's expression turned even colder. Her eyes were fixed on Chu Luyue. Why? Do you think your divine beast will win, so you can't be bothered to compete with me? Chu Luyue. Was there something wrong with their brains? However, she didn't say this in public. She even concealed her expression very well. Senior brothers and sisters, you've misunderstood. You're all powerful figures on the Azure Cloud roll. I've just arrived at the academy, and I'm still far from senior sister in all aspects. I don't dare to compare myself to senior sister. If you don't agree now, you'll be ignorant. Lu Yintong interrupted Chu Luyue impatiently. You must know the rules of the red-tailed phoenix clan. Since that's the case, why don't we just let them fight and determine the winner? She was already giving the other party enough face by taking the initiative to invite him. If he dared to refuse in public, Chu Luyue sensed the faint cold air. She blinked her eyes, since senior brothers and sisters insist, then it's better to comply. But what? Don't dilly-dally. Lu Yintong seemed to be very impatient. Hey, wait. Gongsheng suddenly interrupted and looked at the two of them with a smile. Ah Tong, if it's just a simple competition, how boring would that be? Do you think we should bet on something? What are you up to now? Lu Yintong looked at him with disdain. Gongsheng didn't seem to care about her gaze at all. He continued to smile. Look, your red-tailed phoenix's bloodline power is obviously weaker than junior brother Chu Yu's. However, you're stronger than him. The power your divine beast can unleash is naturally stronger than his. So, in short, the two of you have your own strengths. It's really hard to say who will win this round. In my opinion, why don't we bet with 3 drops of divine beast blood? Whoever loses will take out 3 drops of divine beast blood and give it to the other party. The surrounding people instantly fell silent. Regardless of whether they had divine beasts or not, they knew what these 3 drops of divine beast blood meant. There was a limit to the amount of divine beast bloodline power in each divine beast's body. Giving away 3 droplets was no different from giving away the power of his bloodline to the other party for free. If it were any other competition, it would be meaningless to compete like this. However, these two are red-tailed phoenixes. Gongsheng's eyes flickered with excitement. They were of the same race, which meant that they could devour each other's bloodline power. Lu Yintong had an idea. At first, she didn't think of it, but after hearing Gongsheng's words, she was a little tempted. If she could snatch the other party's bloodline power and integrate it into her contracted divine beast's body, then her divine beast would definitely be able to surpass it. Okay. It's decided. She looked at Chu Luyue. Chu Yu, do you agree? Although it was a question, it wasn't an inquiry tone. Obviously, they wouldn't allow Chu Luyue to refuse. Chu Luyue narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the spring that was gurgling beside him. He suddenly smiled. Okay. However, I have a request. I want to increase the bet. Chapter 1145. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Raise the bet? Lu Yintong looked at her suspiciously. How do you want to raise the bet? Chu Luyue raised her hand and pointed at the spring. If I win, other than the 3 drops of divine beast blood, I also want to stay in the spring for a month. I believe this isn't difficult for senior sister Lu, right? Lu Yintong didn't expect Chu Luyue's request to be this. She frowned. After realizing what she said, she felt conflicted. Because this was actually quite troublesome for her. One had to know that even if her ranking on the Azure Cloud roll was not bad, there were many other people who were also good. Occasionally, they would want to come to Thousand Wine Mountain to fight for a spot. After all, the spring was only so big, and there were only a few spots next to it. It wouldn't be a problem for one to occupy the best spot for a day or 2. Everyone could take turns. But if one wanted to occupy it for a month, that would be too much. Even she couldn't guarantee that she would be able to do this for an entire month. But now, Chu was actually using this as a bet? Chu Luyue's lips curled up into a light smile as she looked at her. She was neither arrogant nor rash, and she was calm and collected. It was as if he didn't think that the bet he just proposed was that shocking. Ha ha ha. Junior brother Chu Yu is really straightforward. Gongsheng was full of energy when he heard this and hurriedly urged Lu Yintong to agree. Ah Tong, junior brother has already taken the initiative. Don't you dare to agree? These words provoked Lu Yintong. She glared at him. You're the one who doesn't dare. Do you think I'll lose? No one thought that she would lose. Although everyone could see that her contracted divine beast's bloodline was slightly inferior to the other parties, she was still a powerhouse on the Azure Cloud roll, and the combat strength of her divine beast couldn't be underestimated. And the other party was just a junior brother who had just entered the academy. Moreover, he specialized in celestial physician, and his cultivation as a mystic master seemed to be only at the early stage of rank 7. There was even less to worry about. I agree to your bet. Lu Yintong looked straight at Chu Luyue, her eyes still high and mighty. However, if you lose, what punishment will there be? Chu Luyue shrugged and chuckled. Senior sister Lu, you can do whatever you want with me. It's a deal. Lu Yintong gave the red-tailed phoenix a look. Whoosh! It spread its wings, and the blazing flames rose again. The surrounding air seemed to be burning up. The people who were standing closer to them unconsciously took a few steps back. Who didn't know that this thing's battle prowess was astonishing, and it had the same fiery temper as its master. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause one to be implicated. At the top of the mountain, with Chu Luyue and Lu Yintong as the center, an empty space quickly appeared. The people below had already surrounded them. Although they didn't dare to get too close, their eyes were fixed on the two people who were confronting each other. Chu Luyue nodded on Dumpling's head and lowered his voice. I've already fought for an opportunity for you. Whether you can seize it or not is up to you. Dumpling nodded her head vigorously and flew out quickly. Whoosh! The flames around its body also began to burn fiercely. The difference between it and the other one was that the flames on its body were obviously more intense and crimson. And the pressure contained within it was obviously even stronger than before. The comparison between the two sides was obvious. Lu Yintong was even more unhappy, but when she thought about how she would be able to obtain the bloodline power of the other party's divine beast after this competition, her gloomy expression changed. She glanced at Chu Luyue, who was not far away, and saw that her face was still calm. She frowned and looked away. Children who had just entered the academy always thought that they were the most outstanding geniuses in the world. If they didn't learn their lesson, they wouldn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Why would Chu agree to such a bet? Luo Shishir couldn't help but murmur worriedly. He won't have any chance of winning this round. There's nothing he can do even if he doesn't agree. Based on the situation just now, no matter what he says, there's no other way for him to go. Luo Yenming patted her shoulder comfortingly. Let's watch first. If he really needs help, we'll ask fourth brother for help. Luo Shishir could only nod her head. Although they hadn't been in the academy for long, there were some rules that they knew long ago. For example, outsiders couldn't easily interfere in such a battle. In the academy, the strong were respected. If a person only knew how to rely on others and repeatedly let others support him, then he would only be looked down upon by others. Therefore, Chu had to deal with this battle by himself. Don't worry, the bloodline power of his divine beast doesn't seem to be weak. Maybe there's still a chance of winning. Zhuo Sheng scratched his head. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Luo Shishir smiled bitterly. He might as well not have said that. They were both red-tailed phoenixes. Even if their bloodline power was different, how big of a difference could there be? However, there was a huge chasm between Chu Yu and Lu Yintong. His defeat in this round was almost certain. Yet, he added such a bet in the end. I really don't know what he's thinking. You overestimate yourself. Since you dare to do this, you have to be prepared to pay the price. Yin Fan sneered. Soon, he will know that this is Lingxiao College, not a place where anyone can behave atrociously. The night was dark, and the moonlight was bright. On the top of the mountain, two red-tailed phoenixes faced each other from afar. Dumpling stared at the one in front of her and narrowed her eyes dangerously. Relying on its master's power, it tried to challenge it. It was really tired of living. Its wings flapped, and in the next moment, it disappeared on the spot. The crowd cried out in alarm. It was Chu Yu's demonic beast that attacked first. This demonic beast really took after its master's personality. It was very bold. Bang! The sound of a violent collision was heard. The two balls of flames collided fiercely. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. The two figures were instantly entangled. Because they were of the same race, they were extremely similar. In addition, both of them had flames burning on their bodies. As they fought, they completely turned into a ball of fire, and everyone couldn't see clearly. From afar, they could only see a ball of flames that kept bursting with sparks. There was occasionally a blazing and terrifying fluctuation on it that spread out to the surroundings. Bang! Bang! Chi! All sorts of sounds of collision and falling could be heard. After a while, the two finally separated. A few feathers fell from Dumpling's body, and her entire body looked much more messy. As for the other one of its claws was bleeding, and its body was also stained with a few drops of blood. It looked even more miserable. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Lu Yintong was originally confident of victory, but when she saw this scene, her expression changed slightly. Little Phoenix. She let out a clear shout. Defeat it. She had to win this battle. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone saw the flames on the red-tailed phoenix suddenly rise. Boom! A huge figure appeared in mid-air, casting a thick shadow. Blazing. Pressure. That red-tailed phoenix had transformed into its true body. It glanced coldly at Dumpling and immediately leaned over. Its sharp beak seemed to want to kill. Chapter 1146. Almost at the same time, Dumpling's figure also underwent a huge change. An even hotter flame suddenly started burning. However, in comparison, Dumpling seemed to be smaller than the other party. Lu Yintong could not help but sneer when she saw this scene. A confident expression appeared on her face. The power that a contracted divine beast could unleash was closely related to its master's realm and strength. No matter how pure this red-tailed phoenix's bloodline was, it could not change the fact that its master was only a rank 7 warrior. The gap between them could not be made up for. It's time to end this. With Lu Yintong's order, the red-tailed phoenix charged towards Dumpling. Its size had an obvious advantage. An astonishing pressure came crashing down on him. Dumpling flapped its wings and was about to fly up when it realized that the surrounding space had suddenly become very strange. Everything around it suddenly became heavy. It was as if it had fallen into a swamp, and even struggling became extremely difficult. Divine Realm. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. It was different from the human race who needed to cultivate bitterly and reach the high god realm before they could completely establish their own divine realm. Divine beasts had this talent from the moment they were born. As long as they reached adulthood, they would be able to unleash their own divine realm. At this moment, the red-tailed phoenix had clearly used this killing move. I heard that if the master of a contracted divine beast is not strong enough, it will implicate the divine beast and prevent it from unleashing all of its bloodline power. It seems that it's true. Chu Yu's red-tailed phoenix doesn't seem to have reached adulthood yet. This match is bound to be lost. Lu Yintong is already a demigod. Although the power that her contracted divine beast can unleash is limited, it should be more than enough to deal with Chu Yu, right? The crowd was in an uproar. They had already determined the outcome of this match. At this moment, the red-tailed phoenix's extremely sharp claws reached for Dumpling's eyes. It was as if it was going to dig out her eyeballs in the next moment. Dumpling's eyes burned with anger. Damn it, if I don't let you know how powerful I am, do you really think you can fly to the sky? Boom! In the next instant, under everyone's shocked gazes, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly erupted from Dumpling's body. Crack! In the void, there seemed to be something shattering. A trace of surprise flashed through the red-tailed phoenix's eyes. But very quickly, that surprise turned into fear and panic. Almost without thinking, it retreated in a flash. Little Feng. Lu Yintong was astounded seeing this. Wasn't everything fine just now? How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? She could even clearly feel the fear in its heart. Soon, Lu Yintong found out why it had such a reaction. Bang bang bang. A series of crisp sounds rang out. The divine domain that the red-tailed red phoenix had displayed earlier was actually collapsing inch by inch along with the void. Numerous black spatial cracks stretched across the sky. Looking from afar, it was like the cracked earth, causing one's heart to palpitate. An even stronger pressure seemed to have cut through all obstacles, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Lu Yintong suddenly widened her eyes. Gong Sheng's expression also changed. He unconsciously put down his arms that were originally crossed and looked at everything that was happening in front of him in shock and speechlessness. He almost thought that he had seen wrongly. The others' reactions were not any better. And all of this was only because Dumpling had also displayed her own divine domain. Although the range was very small, everywhere it passed, it easily crushed Lu Yintong's red-tailed phoenix. How is this possible? Gong Sheng sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered softly. Chu Yu is just a mere rank 7 warrior. How can his contracted divine beast display a divine domain? No one answered his question. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the red-tailed phoenix was about to escape, Dumpling's eyes flashed with an extremely bright cold light. It quickly chased forward. At this moment, the nearby space had already been enveloped by Dumpling's divine domain. Therefore, its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed behind the red-tailed phoenix. The red-tailed phoenix seemed to have sensed something and turned around. A rare trace of shock and fear appeared in its arrogant eyes. Dumpling glanced at it. Screech! A clear cry suddenly spread out and lingered in the sky above Thousand Wine Mountain for a long time. Everyone's hearts trembled. It was as if a heavy rock had fallen from above and smashed down heavily. In an instant, it made it difficult for people to move. It was as if even the blood in their bodies had solidified. This is the pressure of the red-tailed phoenix. Amidst the deathly silence, someone muttered in a low voice. His voice was soft, but it was filled with shock. This is a divine beast that truly possesses the bloodline of the crimson gold celestial phoenix. In the next moment, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Dumpling charged forward. The red-tailed phoenix dodged subconsciously. Swish! There was a huge wound on its wing. Feathers fluttered down, and it was covered in blood. White bones could even be seen at the wound. Many people sucked in a cold breath. She had only used one claw, but she had torn half of its wings. What kind of shocking combat strength was this? Even Lu Yintong was speechless as she looked at the scene in the sky. It was also a red-tailed red phoenix. In fact, her one was already an adult. It was bigger and seemed to be stronger. She thought that victory would be easy, but who knew, little phoenix? Lu Yintong suddenly came back to her senses and said sharply, "What are you doing? Defeat it." If it lost, when the red-tailed phoenix heard the order, a trace of struggle flashed in its eyes. However, before it was fully prepared, Dumpling's claw had already slapped down. Who asked you to be arrogant? Who asked you to be arrogant? What a shameful thing with such a weak bloodline. How dare you dream of defeating me? Crack! Crack! The sound of feathers being pulled out, flesh being torn, and bones being broken was mixed together, making one's teeth ache. Blood splattered everywhere. Many people's hair stood on end. If this continued, that red-tailed red phoenix would probably be crippled. Lu Yintong also realized this. She was shocked and angry. She never thought that her contracted divine beast, which she had always regarded as a treasure, would be beaten up like this one day. Stop! Her body was trembling slightly, and her eyes were red. At this moment, even if she didn't want to admit it, she knew that the outcome was already decided. Her contracted divine beast was indeed no match for the other party. It had even become meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of the other party. Dumpling didn't seem to hear her. It continued to leave all kinds of wounds on the red-tailed phoenix's body. Lu Yintong suddenly looked at Chu Luyue and shouted sternly. "Why don't you ask it to stop?" Chu Luyue said slowly. However, he didn't ask Dumpling to stop as she asked. She looked at Lu Yintong. "Senior Sister Lu, are you admitting defeat?" Chapter 1147. Lu Yintong was about to go crazy. How could he still be thinking about that at a time like this? "I said, order it to stop immediately. Can't you hear me?" Lu Yintong raised her voice again. It was very ear-piercing. Chu Luyue looked apologetic. "Senior Sister Lu, this is a competition between them after all. Outsiders can't interfere. Also, Dumpling has always been hot-tempered. Even I can't persuade it. If this battle doesn't end, I think, it won't listen to you." Whether it was because they couldn't persuade him or not, everyone was well aware of it. He was forcing Lu Yintong to admit defeat. How could Lu Yintong not see it? Therefore, she was so angry that her whole body trembled. Her eyes seemed to be on fire as she stared at Chu Luyue. "Chu Yu, how dare you?" Chu Luyue pretended not to understand the warning in her words. His expression was indifferent and he didn't respond. Dumpling, on the other hand, seemed to be having a lot of fun. It didn't even look over. Its claws danced wildly, almost plucking all the feathers on the red-tailed phoenix's body. How could the red-tailed phoenix endure such humiliation? However, it was now covered in injuries and was no match for Dumpling. It was dying and didn't even have the strength to resist. It could only tilt its head and let Dumpling torture it. This scene was really strange. Lu Yintong suddenly sneered and turned around. "Fine. Since you don't want to stop, then, I'll take care of that thing myself. Senior Sister Lu, if you go on stage, it will be considered as admitting defeat." Chu Luyue kindly reminded her. Lu Yintong stopped in her tracks. A gust of cold air descended, and the air seemed to freeze inch by inch. Dead silence. Everyone looked at Chu Luyue as if they were looking at a lunatic. Where did this kid get the courage to challenge Lu Yintong like this? "Ha!" Lu Yintong sneered. Her voice seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. "You win this round. Tell your beast to stop immediately." Chu Luyue slightly raised his chin. His originally calm face was instantly covered with a thin layer of frost, and the cold air was threatening. "Senior Sister Lu, please take back the second half of your sentence. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your animal won't be able to return alive today." She spoke very slowly, so everyone could hear every word clearly. The young man's face still carried a bit of immaturity, but every word he spoke was resolute and decisive, as if it carried the weight of 1,000 caddies. Lu Yintong originally wanted to retort, but when she met that pair of bottomless, dark and unfathomable eyes, she suddenly shivered. Her heart inexplicably trembled, and she swallowed back the sarcastic words in her throat. After pausing for a moment, she turned her head and spoke in a stiff tone. "I admit defeat, that's all." This was the biggest concession Lu Yintong could make. Of course, it would be more appropriate to say that he had compromised or lowered his head. The expressions of Gong Sheng and the others were speechless. They were very familiar with Lu Yintong and naturally knew how humiliating it was for her to say such words to a junior brother who had just entered the academy. However, in the current situation, what else could she do? Her contracted divine beast was about to be killed by him. How could she care about anything else? "Dumpling." Chu Luyue finally spoke. "Come back." Only then did Dumpling throw down the half-dead red-tailed phoenix. Then, she flew down and stomped on its face with her claws. Bah! Who asked you to covet the power of my bloodline? The thing's head tilted and it finally fainted completely. Lu Yintong's face was ashen. Her gaze at Dumpling was as sharp as a steel blade. Tuanzi seemed to be unaware of it. It flew to the spring and drank a lot of water. A warm force instantly spread throughout her body. Dumpling's eyes lit up. It wanted to continue, but Chu Luiyue was still waiting for it. It could only reluctantly fly back. Transforming back to the size of a palm, Dumpling landed safely on Chu Luiyue's shoulder. Although its body was also stained with traces of blood, it did not suffer any serious injuries. Chu Luiyue's heart only relaxed after she checked it. Lu Yintong walked over with a livid expression and saw that her contracted divine beast was seriously injured and unconscious. From the horrifying wounds on its body, it could be seen that the other party had been ruthless in the battle just now. Hateful. Useless thing. Lu Yintong cursed in her heart. Her expression was ugly. This time, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to recover from the serious injuries. She did not know if it would affect her ranking on the Green Cloud roll next month. One had to know that a large part of the reason why she could be ranked in the top 50 of the warrior roll was that she had such a powerful divine beast. But now, just as Lu Yintong was about to call it back, a clear voice suddenly came from behind her. "Senior Sister Lu, you seem to have forgotten something." Lu Yintong turned around. Chu Luiyue smiled innocently, but the words he said almost angered her to death. "You haven't fulfilled your bet yet." Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This Chu Yu was too daring. Could he not see how ugly Lu Yintong's expression was now? He was going to offend her to death. Chu Luiyue obviously knew that this would make Lu Yintong hate him even more. But when had she ever given him a chance? They were the ones who suggested the competition, and they were the ones who planned the bet. If not for Dumpling's ability and her trump card, the one lying there would be Dumpling now. She had already offended them when she also had a red-tailed phoenix and her bloodline was richer and more orthodox than the other parties. Since she was wrong no matter what she did, why should she lower herself? Lu Yintong clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. If not for the fact that students were not allowed to fight on Thousand Wine Mountain, she would have gone back and torn that disgusting face apart. She turned around and walked to the red-tailed phoenix on the ground. She raised her wrist and a red force enveloped it. Soon, a drop of red blood condensed on the red-tailed phoenix's head. Then, the second and third drops. Lu Yintong flicked her sleeve. "Here you go." The 3 blood droplets flew over with a tyrannical force. Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows slightly. He circulated the force in his palm and received the 3 blood droplets safely. Some sharp-eyed people saw this scene and their expressions changed slightly. The way they looked at Chu Luiyue was much more complicated than before. Lu Yintong was a demigod expert. Although she did not use her full strength in this move, the force it contained was not small. Chu Yu, a rank 7 warrior, actually received it easily. Chu Luiyue's lips curled up slightly. Senior Sister Lu is a woman of her word. Everyone, enough. I beg you, please don't seek death again. Chu Luiyue did not seem to hear the cries in their hearts. He fed the 3 blood droplets to Dumpling and asked with a smile then, about the spring of Thousand Wine Mountain. Chapter 1148. Since I promised you, I'll keep my word. Lu Yintong finally couldn't help but shout. Everyone was silent for a moment. Many people looked at Chu Luiyue sympathetically. This time, he had completely offended Lu Yintong. In the academy, the consequences of offending this small group were extremely serious. As long as they wanted to, they could make a freshman like Chu Yu, who had no background, struggle in the academy. Even if his master was Elder Wanzheng, he couldn't completely control the undercurrents between the students. This kid is in trouble. However, the youth seemed to be unaware of this. When he heard Lu Yintong's words, he relaxed his brows and pursed his lips into a smile. Junior brother certainly trusts senior sister Lu's character. There was dead silence all around. Everyone could already imagine the miserable days he would have in the academy. Junior brother Chu Yu is indeed worthy of Elder Wan Zheng's attention. You are indeed powerful. The smile on Gong Sheng's face faded a lot, and the corners of his eyes and brows could not hide the coldness. If it was anyone else, they would definitely feel guilty and afraid under his gaze. But Chu Luyue would not. She calmly replied, "Thank you for your praise, senior brother Gong Sheng. Junior brother still has a lot to learn from you." Even Gong Sheng, who was used to being arrogant and unbridled, was speechless at this moment. His chest choked, and his anger burned even more. Then, he sneered. Good. Good. Junior brother Chu Yu, you. Very good. With that, he quickly walked to Lu Yintong's side. Ah Tong, go back and heal the little thing first. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. Lu Yintong nodded. After this torment, his relaxed and playful mood had completely dissipated. The few of them turned around and were about to leave. The people below hurriedly made way for them. After taking a few steps, Gong Sheng suddenly turned around and stared coldly at Chu Luyue. He said word by word, "Junior brother Chu Yu, if there's a chance in the future, let's spar again. When the time comes, let us see your ability." After saying that, they didn't stay any longer. Their figures quickly disappeared into the dense forest. The atmosphere on the mountaintop was almost stagnant, and no one spoke for a long time. No one had expected things to turn out this way. "Chu Yu, are you all right?" Luo Shishir stepped forward with a worried expression. Chu Luyue chuckled. "Aren't I fine? What could have happened?" Arrogant. Yin Fan finally couldn't help but mock. "Do you think you're amazing after winning today? Very impressive. Do you know what kind of people you have offended? In the future, you'll have a taste of your own medicine." Chu Luyue raised his eyebrows. "Then how can I not offend them? Let Dumpling admit defeat and offer up the divine beast's blood." Yin Fan choked. If it was anyone else, it was impossible for them to do such a thing without any ill feelings. This wasn't just plundering the contracted divine beast, it was also a humiliation to its master. Forget it. Since things have already come to this, let nature take its course. Luo Yenming stepped forward and comforted him. They weren't in the right in the first place, so they couldn't really do anything to you. Naive. Yin Fan sneered. Luo Shishir and the others ignored him. At this moment, they could also see Yin Fan's rejection of Chu Yu. Although they had known Yin Fan for a long time, they could already see too many problems from this matter. In comparison, they wanted to stand on Chu Yu's side more. "Chu Yu, don't worry. You won fair and square. Even if it goes to the elders, they will still be in the wrong. If they really want to deal with you, there's still us. If it doesn't work, there's still fourth brother." Luo Yenlin's ranking on the Azure Cloud roll was much higher than theirs. Chu Luyue's heart warmed. "Thank you. However, this is my business after all. I will try my best to handle it myself." She paused for a moment, and there seemed to be a light flickering in her eyes. "I came to the academy to cultivate, to increase my strength, and to become an expert. Not to lower my head to anyone. How the other party treats me, I will naturally treat them the same." Since he didn't intend to respect her from the beginning, then there was no need to be polite. "That's right." Zhuo Sheng's face was full of agreement. "They can't compare to you, so how could they have the face to target you? The strong were respected." Luo Shishir and Luo Yenming looked at each other, but there was still a hint of worry between their brows. Chu Luyue smiled and shook her head. "Forget it, don't let this small matter affect your mood. Dumpling, she tapped Dumpling's head. There's still some time before the end of the night. Hurry up and go. Roar. When Dumpling heard this, it immediately rushed to the spring eye excitedly and plunged its little head into it. Gulp, gulp, without asking or looking at its expression, Chu Luyue could feel its joy and excitement. This made her feel much better. The master and servant were happy, but the others present had different thoughts. Some people began to leave. Obviously, they didn't want to be associated with this bold and unbridled new student, nor did they want to have any relationship with him. Soon, there were only a few people left on Thousand Wine Mountain. The place that was originally bustling with noise and excitement quickly became cold and desolate. Yin Fan wanted to persuade Luo Shishir and the others to leave quickly, but he was refuted by a few people and finally left angrily. Time passed little by little. Luo Yenming looked at the spring eye again and asked with a conflicted expression, "Why hasn't it drunk enough? Is it planning to stay here?" It had been quite some time since the end of that competition, but it was still there. It was just short of directly soaking itself in. Chu Luyue rubbed her temples. Judging from Dumpling's current situation, the power contained in the spring water was really very effective for it. The injury it had just suffered was almost healed. Of course, the effect of the 3 drops of divine beast blood was also indispensable. If it stayed here a little longer, it might really be able to awaken the power of its bloodline quickly. It's almost time, we have to go. Luo Shishir looked up at the sky and reminded. Chu Luyue shouted at Dumpling. Dumpling reluctantly left the spring eye and looked back 3 times with every step. When it finally came back to Chu Luyue, a short period of time had already passed. Seeing the nervousness and urging of the others, Chu Luyue said, "Let's go. It should be too late to go down the mountain now." Boom. An earth-shattering loud sound suddenly exploded in the sky above Thousand Wine Mountain. Chu Luyue and the others were shocked and immediately looked up. In the dark blue night sky, the bright moon was already hidden behind a large number of rolling dark clouds, and a silver dragon-like lightning was crazily gathering in it. Someone is summoning Tianlei to refine equipment. Luo Yenming shouted with a face full of shock. "Let's go. If we are affected, we won't have a good time." As they spoke, the Tianlei suddenly fell and directly hit the people at the top of Thousand Wine Mountain. Digression: yesterday's first chapter was censored because of sensitive words and sentences. It had already been edited and waiting to be restored. In fact, when I was writing, I vaguely felt that I was going to cry. Summary: Yang Wen missed a bite of fat meat. Chapter 1149. The dazzling light illuminated half of the sky. "Retreat!" Luo Yenming yelled. She grabbed Luo Shishir and ran down the mountain. Zhuo Sheng followed closely behind. He had just taken a step when he seemed to have thought of something. He quickly turned back and shouted at Chu Luyue. "Chu Yu! What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave." Why was he still standing there stupidly at a time like this? Was he waiting to be struck by lightning? Chu Luyue had just moved when he saw a red figure flash in front of him. Dumpling had suddenly jumped out again. "Dumpling!" Chu Luyue hurriedly shouted, but Dumpling did not seem to hear him. With a few leaps, it went straight to the mouth of the spring at the top of the mountain. Chu Luyue frowned. It had just returned from there. Why did it go back now? Could it be that there was something in the mouth of the spring that attracted it? But no matter what it was not as important as his own life. At this moment, Tianlei was approaching. The small red figure looked especially small under the dazzling light of the Tianlei. If it struck, Chu Luyue gritted his teeth and suddenly ran toward the top of the mountain. "Chu Yu! Are you crazy?" Zhuo Sheng's shocked roar came from behind. Running to the top of the mountain at this time, was he not courting death? At this moment, Luo Shishir and Zhuosheng, who had rushed down some distance, heard Zhuosheng shout and turned back to look. It did not matter if it was unbearable, but when they looked, they widened their eyes in disbelief. In the dark night, the sky was dark. On the lonely and cold mountain peak, the lush forest cast a thick shadow. And in this ink-like darkness that was difficult to disperse, a bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly tore it apart. It destroyed everything in its path. Even if it was just a simple glance, it was enough to send chills down one's spine. Just when everyone wanted to avoid it immediately, there was one person who rushed up without hesitation. Chu Yu. Luo Shishir shouted out subconsciously. But the sound of wind and thunder shook the sky. Her voice was swallowed by the deafening movement. Luo Shishir gritted her teeth and was about to run back when Luo Yenming pulled her back. "What are you doing?" Luo Yenming's voice was extremely stern. "Do you want to die?" Luo Shishir opened her mouth, but when she saw her brother's gaze, she finally swallowed the rest of her words. Luo Yenming also saw the worry in her eyes. He sighed in his heart and shouted at Zhuosheng, "Don't worry. Zhuosheng. Come and take Shishir and leave first. I'll go get Chu Yu." Although Luo Shishir and Zhuosheng were martial artists and Luo Yenming was a Xian master, his combat strength was the strongest among the three of them. Zhuosheng quickly understood what he meant and rushed over. However, just as Luo Yenming was about to go up, a clear and powerful voice suddenly came from above. At first, the three of them did not take these words to heart. In their opinion, Chu Luyue had already gone crazy. Otherwise, why would she take such a risk? She was taking her own life as a joke. However, before Luo Yenming could lift his leg, a powerful force suddenly wrapped around him. The force was overbearing, but it was also gentle and tolerant. Affected by this force, the three of them retreated uncontrollably. They looked at each other in shock. Chu Yu was really going to let them leave first. He really planned to deal with Tianlei by himself. Luo Yenming frowned. After a moment of silence, he said. "Maybe Chu Yu really has other plans," he said in a low voice. "Why don't we leave first and wait for him at the foot of the mountain so that we won't cause trouble for him if we stay here?" For some reason, he felt that Chu Yu could really deal with the situation in front of him alone. Even if it sounded extremely ridiculous. Luo Shishir disagreed with a frown. Under the dazzling light of Tianlei, the young man's thin and tall figure looked especially frail. But, splash! Zhuosheng wasn't paying attention and stepped into the stream. He has the black jade token on him. Even if he's really in danger, the elders won't just sit by and watch. Luo Yenming said calmly. This is still the Academy's territory after all. Luo Shishir's expression finally relaxed a little. Finally, she nodded. Then, boom! Before he could finish his sentence, a second bolt of lightning had appeared in the sky. What was even more shocking was that this bolt of heavenly lightning was actually heading straight for them. "Let's go." Luo Yenming realized that something was wrong and made a prompt decision to retreat with the others. Zhuosheng also quickly pulled himself out of the stream. Half of his legs were soaked. However, even though they were fast, Tianlei was faster. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly lightning had already caught up to the top of their heads. The powerful pressure easily shrouded them. At this moment, Chu Luyue had already followed Dumpling to the mouth of the spring. Dumpling, Chu Luyue had just opened his mouth when he was stunned by the scene in front of him. In the inch-sized mouth of the spring, the transparent spring water gradually stopped gushing out, leaving only a small piece of clear and cool water. The shadow of the Tianlei above them was clearly reflected in the water. The water was sparkling and bright. For a moment, this scene gave Chu Luyue the illusion that the Tianlei was actually swimming in the spring. Beside it, there seemed to be a stream of light pouring down, following the flow of the stream. This strange and ghostly scene was so shocking that even Chu Luyue was stunned on the spot. Dumpling was squatting beside the mouth of the spring, looking at it eagerly. It seemed like she was waiting for something, or like she wanted to dive in and take out the treasure hidden below. Chu Luyue suddenly remembered the legendary three-eyed eagle's words. It said that this spring could help Dumpling completely awaken the power of her bloodline. Could it be that there was really a secret below? Chu Luyue hesitated for a moment, and a layer of faint golden light enveloped her body. With the protection of the pure gold sacred armor, she felt slightly more at ease and reached out towards the mouth of the spring. Crack. All of a sudden, a strange sound was heard. Chu Luyue seemed to have sensed something and looked up. That bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly struck down at her at an even faster speed. At the same time, the wind whistled in her ears. The second Tianlei that had enveloped Luo Shishir and the others suddenly changed direction and headed straight for Chu Luyue. Chi-chi. The sound of air being torn apart was sharp. Luo Shishir and the others looked up, and in the next second, their eyes were filled with shock. At the top of the mountain, the two bolts of heavenly lightning struck the thin and tall youth at the same time. Boom! In an instant, the light was so bright that it almost stung everyone's eyes. And the youth's figure completely disappeared in the dazzling light. Chapter 1150. Chu Yu. The few of them exclaimed, and their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. At this moment, a tyrannical wave spread rapidly from the top of the mountain. Luo Yanming knew that something was wrong and immediately retreated with the two of them. The few of them only felt a terrifying and vast force attacking them, and their bodies were instantly sent flying. The world was spinning. In just a moment, they fell to the ground together. Bang! A dull sound was heard. Luo Shishir endured the pain on her back and forced herself to look up, only to find that she had been sent out of the Thousand Wine Mountain. Luo Yanming and Zhuosheng were the same, and they fell beside her. Looking up from here, the Thousand Wine Mountain was still quiet, and the wind rustled the leaves as if nothing had happened. Luo Shishir's heart seemed to be clenched by something. Shishir, how are you? Luo Yanming got up with difficulty, ignoring the pain on his body, and took the lead to ask worriedly. Luo Shishir shook her head. Fifth brother, don't worry. I'm fine. But, Luo Yanming noticed that her expression was not right, so he followed her gaze. When he saw the pitch-black and extremely silent Myriad Wine Mountain, he was shocked as well, and his pupils instantly constricted. How could this be? Although this was the foot of the Thousand Wine Mountain, it was definitely not to the extent that they could not see the situation on the mountain. Moreover, the commotion just now was so shocking. Logically speaking, no matter how far away they were, they should have noticed it. But now, the Thousand Wine Mountain seemed to be quiet. It seems that there's a special barrier on the Thousand Wine Mountain. Zhuosheng bared his teeth and stood up. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't be like what we're seeing now. This also explains why there was such a commotion on the Thousand Wine Mountain, but no one came. Zhuosheng's words enlightened Luo Shishir and Zhuosheng. No wonder. A light flashed across Luo Yanming's mind. The opening time of the Thousand Wine Mountain every day is specially set. I didn't think about it before, but now that I think about it, isn't this very strange? Perhaps, some elders' weapon refinement often attracted Tianlei, so they set such a rule. Also, in order not to arouse everyone's suspicion and worry, they specially prepared a barrier to hide everything. If you don't stay on the Thousand Wine Mountain, no one will know what happened there. Luo Shishir continued his words thoughtfully. The three of them fell into a brief silence. This matter was actually very easy to understand. Just a moment ago, they were still on the mountain and could clearly see the two Tianlei bolts descending. Now, as soon as they were forced out, everything disappeared before their eyes. But Chu Yu is still inside. Zhuosheng scratched his head. Luo Shishir and Luo Yenming looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. And when we came down, there were two Tianlei. Elder Wenxi's expression tensed up, and he immediately walked out. Master will go now. Luo Shishir and Zhuosheng both heaved a sigh of relief. If they could catch up quickly, Chuyu might be safer. You two stay here. Elder Wenxi suddenly turned around and said with a serious expression. But, also, don't mention what happened tonight to anyone. Elder Wenxi had always been smiling and amiable before. This was the first time the two of them had seen him with such a serious expression. Their hearts couldn't help but jump, and they nodded subconsciously. Master, don't worry, we will definitely keep our mouths shut. Elder Wenxi stared at the two of them, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Alright, don't worry too much. I'll go take a look first, Master, please help me bring Chuyu back safely. Luo Shishir couldn't help but say. Elder Wenxi blew his beard and glared, even if you don't say it, I will still catch that kid. Being trapped at Thousand Wine Mountain at this time, he definitely didn't come down in time. The two of them kept quiet guiltily. Actually, it wasn't that late. It was just a little late, who knew that things would turn out like this? Watch how I teach this kid a lesson later. Elder Wenxi was furious. This was only the first day he officially became a student of the academy. And he had already caused such a big trouble. At first, he thought that the kid was very obedient, but who knew? Hey, Wenxi. What are you doing here? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1151. Hearing the sound, the three of them turned their heads to look. Under the moonlight, they saw a familiar figure walking over unsteadily. It was Elder Huafeng. Seeing the wine pot in his hand, Elder Wenxi's face was immediately filled with disdain. How much did you drink? Elder Huafeng chuckled. Not much, not much. I just took a few sips. Why are there two other students here? He took a closer look and recognized Luo Shishir and Zhuosheng. The way he looked at Elder Wenxi was even stranger. You're still bringing the children to train at this time? This is too much. Even if he wanted to give his students special treatment, there was no need to be so active, right? Today was the first day they officially acknowledged their master, right? Elder Wenxi looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. Do you think I'm such a person? Use your brain to think clearly. Luo Shishir and Zhuosheng, Elder Huafeng actually thought about it seriously and shook his head. TSK, then what are you doing? Elder Wenxi couldn't be bothered to waste time with him and hurried forward. There's an accident on Thousand Wine Mountain. What? These words instantly woke Elder Huafeng up. What happened? Oh. Tell me about it, quick. I'm still counting on the spring, that kid Chuyu is trapped in Thousand Wine Mountain. Elder Wenxi said concisely. Oh, this, what? Elder Huafeng's eyes widened. You mean Chuyu? Although there were many students in the academy, they might not know all of them. However, Chuyu was personally recruited by them. Moreover, Chuyu performed well in the assessment at the beginning of the month and had just acknowledged Wanzheng as his master. It was difficult for them to forget him even if they wanted to. Elder Huafeng didn't care about drinking anymore and hurriedly followed him. I'll go with you. Elder Wenxi glanced at him. Elder Huafeng coughed hard. I'm just worried about the safety of the children. Elder Wenxi sneered. This old thing was just doing it for the spring water. However, he didn't expose him. At this time, it was always good to have more people. Furthermore, compared to the other elders of the Master Teacher Academy finding out about this matter, it would be much safer for him to call Radiant Peak over. He turned around and looked at Luo Shishir and Luo Shishir. Stay here. Wait for Master to return. The two of them had no choice but to agree. They watched as the two elders left. A moment later, when they had completely disappeared from sight, Xiaofan could not help but mutter, "Shishir, don't you think that the elders seem to be very secretive about Thousand Wine Mountain?" Luo Shishir nodded. From the looks of it, there was clearly some secret hidden on Thousand Wine Mountain. Her intuition told her that it was better for them not to know too much. With the help of the two elders, he should be fine. Luo Shishir exhaled softly, but her heart still felt like it was being weighed down by a heavy stone. Xiaofan thought about it and comforted her. "Don't worry, at the very least, he still has a crimson-tailed red phoenix by his side. There won't be any problems." Luo Shishir could only nod. "I hope so." On Thousand Wine Mountain, as soon as Chu Luyue finished speaking, the surroundings seemed to become even quieter. The two Tianlei seemed to have stopped above her head, motionless. Chu Luyue raised her eyebrows and pointed at the first one. "Since you came down first, then, you first." Chi. Tianlei, who was pointed at, suddenly took a step back. Chu Luyue raised her eyebrows and pointed the tip of her sword at the other one. "You?" Chi. This one retreated even further. Dumpling glanced at him disdainfully. "Bah! Useless." Chu Luyue shook her wrist. "Are you coming down or not?" Her voice was clear and carried a hint of nonchalance. "Tsk. To think that she thought that the Tianlei she encountered this time would be different from the previous ones. Who knew that it would be the same in front of her?" Chu Luyue felt a headache coming on. Logically speaking, she was not sharpening her sword this time, nor was she forging any yuan tools. Why did these Tianlei have such a reaction? Boom! At this moment, the third Tianlei descended. Chu Luyue looked up, a little impatient. "There's more? Then we'll talk about it when all of you are here." When Elder Wenxi and Elder Huafeng arrived at Thousand Wine Mountain, the first thing they saw was Luo Yanming standing at the foot of the mountain. "Master?" Luo Yanming was also shocked when she saw Elder Huafeng. "Why is my master here too?" Elder Huafeng widened his eyes. "Ha!" On the way here, he was still complaining to Elder Wenxi that his new disciple was too active. In the blink of an eye, he saw that his new disciple was also here. Elder Wenxi glanced at him disdainfully. "Who's stronger?" Elder Huafeng coughed and wiped the sweat off his forehead. It's fine. At least our disciples are only outside. The most important thing is the one inside, that's true." Elder Wenxi nodded in agreement. "I wonder what Wan Zheng's expression will be when he finds out about this. Anyway, there's someone here to be the scapegoat. Yanming, you go back first. Leave this to us." Elder Huafeng urged her to leave. "At this time, if she's still here, isn't she looking for trouble?" Then Shishir and Xiaofan, Luo Yanming looked behind the two. There was no one. The two of them didn't come. Elder Wenxi also added, "You should go back as soon as possible. In addition, don't tell anyone about what happened here today." Hearing the seriousness in the two elders' words, Luo Yanming thought for a moment and immediately agreed. Yes. After Luo Yanming left, the two of them looked at each other. "Let's go up and take a look." As Elder Wenxi spoke, his figure flashed and went straight to the top of the mountain. Elder Huafeng followed closely behind. After flying into the air, Elder Wenxi waved his sleeve and threw out the green jade token. Buzz! The void shook. Ripples spread out like water. "This scene is so familiar," Elder Huafeng suddenly muttered in a low voice and nudged Elder Wenxi with his elbow. "Hey, Wenxi, don't you think this thing happened in a dream?" Elder Wenxi looked at him speechlessly. "Is this old thing really drunk?" He reminded him, kindly, "It's not a dream, it's real. Have you forgotten that a few years ago, when you were drinking on Thousand Wine Mountain, you were caught red-handed by that scourge." Elder Huafeng's eyes slowly widened, and the scenes that he had almost forgotten flashed through his mind. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes. "Damn. Shut up." As he spoke, he quickly looked around, subconsciously grabbed the wine pot at his waist, and stuffed it back into his green jade token. He looked as if he had a guilty conscience. Elder Wensi said bitterly, "Look at how useless you are. Could it be that that scourge can jump out now and snatch your wine?" Elder Huafeng was about to argue when the barrier in front of him suddenly opened. Boom! A bolt of heavenly thunder crackled as it charged towards the two of them. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 1152. What the hell? Elder Wensi's reaction was extremely fast. With a wave of his sleeve, a powerful force flew out. Boom! The two forces collided head-on. An intense collision. After all, Elder Wensi was one of the top experts in the academy. With this attack, the power on the Tianlei was immediately weakened by a lot. The originally dazzling light instantly dimmed by a lot. Who summoned them? Elder Wenxi aggressively stepped into the enchantment. Elder Huafeng followed closely behind. Where's that kid Chuyu? He didn't get killed by the Tianlei, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Elder Wensi's body stiffen. He was looking ahead with a shocked expression, as if he had seen something unbelievable. What are you looking at? He followed Elder Wensi's gaze and looked over. Halfway through his words, he stopped abruptly. He saw a youth standing on the top of Thousand Wine Mountain. His figure was a little thin, but he was still tall and slender. At this moment, he was standing beside the spring, holding a black longsword tightly in his hand. The force around him was surging. It was Chu Yu. At this moment, two bolts of lightning were hovering above his head. The Tianlei was only a short distance away from him. As long as he took another step forward, he would be able to easily crush him. But for some reason, the two Tianlei didn't move. They just floated there quietly. As for Chu Yu, his back was straight and he held the sword in his hand. He didn't seem to be afraid. This scene was so strange that the two elders, who were used to seeing storms, couldn't say anything for a while. The young man seemed to have noticed the commotion and looked over. Elder Wensi, Elder Huafeng, you're finally here. Chu Liuyue's face was filled with surprise and joy, as if he had heaved a sigh of relief. The expressions of the two elders were even more strange. This wasn't right. Luo Shishir and the others said that you were trapped in Thousand Wine Mountain, Elder Wensi said hesitantly. You don't look like it. Chu Luyue raised his sword and pointed at the two Tianlei above. That's right. The students were trapped here. Didn't he just send one flying? In the end, it was caught by Elder Wensi. Chu Luyue thought so in his heart, but the expression on his face did not reveal the slightest flaw. The two elders glanced at the two Tianlei, which were still as immovable as mountains, and then looked at each other with strange expressions. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't look like he was trapped. When they saw how nervous Luo Shishir and the others were, they thought that Chu Yu was in a life-and-death situation. But looking at it now, why was it completely different from what he had expected? Elder Wensi waved his hand. Don't worry. With us here, that thing can't hurt you. Just come over. Chu Luyue looked down hesitantly at Dumpling, who was squatting beside the spring without even moving her butt. Elder, can this student leave after a while? Elder Wensi was puzzled. You still want to stay here? He turned his gaze and finally saw Dumpling below. This is your contracted divine beast? If I'm not wrong, that's a red-tailed phoenix, right? Chu Luyue nodded. TSK, the color of this red-tailed phoenix is actually so pure and rich. The power of its bloodline is probably very shocking. Elder Huafeng's eyes lit up. He had seen other red-tailed phoenixes before, but this one was definitely one of the best among them. This kid is really lucky. He can even contract such a divine beast. Elder Huafeng smacked his lips. You're staying here for this? Chu Luyue hesitated for a moment, but still nodded slightly. There was a secret hidden in the spring of Thousand Wine Mountain. From the looks of it, the two elders most likely knew about it. Then, there was no need for her to hide it. No wonder. However, this won't do. Thousand Wine Mountain has never allowed students to stay too long, not to mention that it's already forbidden to stay here. You'd better bring the little guy with you and leave with us as soon as possible. Chu Luyue actually wanted to leave too. After all, the two elders had already personally come looking for her. If she stayed any longer, they might discover something. She walked over and picked up Dumpling. Dumpling looked at her eagerly. It was almost there, it was almost there. It would be a waste to leave now. Chu Luyue glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw that there seemed to be a light flickering in the spring. She took a closer look and was suddenly stunned. Because it wasn't the shadow of Tianlei reflected on the water surface, but the Tianlei that really existed. At some point in time, several Tianlei had already gathered in the spring. They were like silver dragons swimming underwater. Chu Luyue held her breath. Who would have thought that there was such a huge secret hidden in the spring? What Dumpling was waiting for, was this. Chu Luyue lowered her eyes slightly, suppressing all the emotions in her eyes. When she raised her eyes again, her face was already calm. Just as she left the spring with Dumpling, two Tianlei in the sky suddenly fell one after another. Plop. Without looking back, Chu Luyue knew that it was the sound of Tianlei landing in the spring. Then, the third heavenly thunder, whose power had been weakened by Elder Wenxi, also rushed over. Elder Wenxi and Elder Huafeng looked at each other. This kid should be able to guess it. Chu Yu, pretend that you never saw what happened today. Before Elder Wenxi could finish his words, a few more loud sounds came from the sky. Boom! 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 Another few Tianlei appeared one after another. This time, another loud and proud laughter came at the same time. Ha ha ha! I've finally broken through. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1153. Before she finished speaking, a figure suddenly stepped through the air and came over. Chu Luyue looked up and saw the person's robes fluttering. With a few strides, he had crossed quite a distance. She did not even see the other party's movements clearly and he was already in front of her. Her heart skipped a beat. This person's strength was probably stronger than Elder Wenxi and the rest. Again. That person stood in the air and waved his arms. Dark clouds surged in the sky. 3 more Tianlei appeared at the same time. These, in addition to the previous ones, were a total of 9 Tianlei. Chu Luyue's eyes stared intently. Weapon Refinement Master. This was actually her first time officially seeing a Weapon Refinement Master. Previously, when she had sharpened the sword herself, she had relied on Taizu's help to succeed. Chu Luyue's heart seemed to be stirring. Weapon Refinement Masters, to her in the past, were merely legendary existences. Distant, mysterious, as if they could never be touched. Even though she had once forged the Cloud Sky Copper sword with Taizu's help, strictly speaking, that was not considered weapon refinement in the true sense. After all, the Cloud Sky Copper sword already had a sword shape and an embryo at that time. What she had to do was to borrow the Tianlei that Taizu had attracted to sharpen it. And at this moment, she finally knew what weapon refinement was. That person stood in the air and waved his hands. The Tianlei seemed to be under his control and flew down. Plop. One by one, the Tianlei fell into the mouth of the spring. The shocking pressure and aura almost pressed Chu Luyue until she could not breathe. She should have retreated to avoid being accidentally injured. But her feet seemed to be nailed to the ground and she could not move. Silver light flashed in the mouth of the spring. Even though she was already some distance away, Chu Luyue could still see the scene inside clearly. Countless tyrannical forces intertwined. Right at this moment, that person in the sky suddenly raised his hand. Chi! A green glow flew up from the mouth of the spring. It fell into that person's hands. Chu Luyue looked up and saw that it was a short sword. The short sword was green in color, as clear as jade, and emitted a faint luster. The sword was thin and narrow, but extremely sharp. The pressure was astonishing. Whoosh! That person held the sword and lightly drew a line in the air. A huge black spatial crack suddenly appeared. Vaguely, there was the sound of a tiger's roar. This was enough to show the power of this forged sword. Chu Luyue was shocked. This was her first time seeing a true weapon refiner forge a divine artifact. Even though she couldn't see everything, what she saw so far was enough to shock her. Seize Tianlei's power to forge the world's divine weapons. In an instant it was as if the entire world was under his control. Although the expression on his face did not change much, Chu Luyue's heart was uncontrollably stirring up huge waves. Her black jade-like eyes were bright and resplendent. 9 Tianlei. Then, that person must have forged a top-notch high-grade divine artifact. And this person was at least a high-level armament master. That's right. That's right. You didn't waste this month of my efforts. That person was obviously very happy as well. He held the short sword in his hand and said happily. But at this time, the expressions of Elder Wenxi and Elder Ouyang were not so good. Elder Huafeng was the first to lose control and shouted, "Ouyang! Come down!" Only then did Elder Ouyang come back to his senses and look down. Huafeng! Wenxi! Why are the two of you here? As he spoke, he turned his gaze and saw Chu Luyue standing next to him. His eyes, which were almost invisible from his smile, suddenly widened, and his face was filled with shock. Why is there a child here? The two elders, Chu Luyue, who had been ignored. Although her current appearance and figure were not so eye-catching, it was not so easy for others to not see her. Hey, what's wrong with the two of you? Elder Ouyang raised his head and looked at the sky. The dark night was almost fading away. The horizon was dark blue, and the place where the sky met the earth was suffused with a fishbelly white. The light gradually penetrated through the layers of clouds. It's going to be dawn soon. Why are you still here with a child? Bah! Elder Huafeng couldn't help but spit. Ouyang! Open your eyes wide and take a look. We didn't bring this kid in. When you summoned Tianlei to refine the sword just now, he was already here. You're blind and you can't see him, and you're blaming us. What? He was here just now. Elder Ouyang was at a loss. Only then did he carefully size up Chu Luyue, and his expression became more and more strange. Is this a new student? Doesn't he know the rules? The corner of Chu Luyue's eyes twitched. She suddenly felt that ever since she entered Lingxiao College, she had been fighting with the word rules. The key was that she didn't deliberately violate the rules, but for some reason, she would encounter all kinds of situations every time. It was to the point where she couldn't explain it at all. It's all your fault. Before Chu Luyue could explain, Elder Wenxi took the lead and sneered. Before refining, don't you know to see if there are any other students here? According to what Luo Shishir and the others said just now, they should have left at the right time. But before they could leave, Tianlei came. Thus, Chuyu was trapped. In the end, it became like this. Elder Ouyang blinked his eyes innocently. How could I have thought that there would be people here? He was in a hurry today, but he wasn't too early. After all, this place had always been fine before. Who knew? At this moment, Chu Luyue finally understood the whole story. It turned out that Elder Ouyang had been preparing to refine the sword here for a long time. Today was the last day, and it was also the most critical day to summon Tianlei and carry out the final tempering. Previously, he could only summon 8 Tianlei. Today, he finally summoned 9 Tianlei. He couldn't help but feel excited. For a moment, he didn't care so much and simply moved a little bit ahead of time. In the spring, there was a sword embryo that he had put in before. When the last process was completed today, it could be officially forged into a divine weapon. Unexpectedly, he happened to run into Chu Luyue and the others who returned late. This led to the current situation. That's not right. As Elder Ouyang was speaking, he suddenly thought of something. He frowned and looked at Chu Luyue, his eyes full of doubts. Even if you make it in time, the power of Tianlei will drive all of you out. How could? He paused. If he remembered correctly, the Tianlei that he summoned at the beginning stopped after meeting this kid. Boy, what's the matter with you? A better reading experience came from the Love Network. Chapter 1154. Chu Luyue's expression was innocent. She blinked her eyes lightly, and a trace of confusion appeared in her clear eyes. This student doesn't know either. Elder Ouyang looked at her suspiciously. After this old man summoned Tianlei, it should have landed directly in this spring. Unless it felt that there was another threat, it would have changed its path halfway. Just now, this Tianlei seemed to have been entangled with you for so long. He sized up Chu Luyue from head to toe and muttered in a low voice, he doesn't look old. He shouldn't be able to deal with Tianlei. Ouyang, what are you thinking? Elder Huafeng laughed out loud. This brat Chu Yu is only at the early stage of the 7th stage. How could he be a match for Tianlei? If Wensi and I didn't come in time, Elder Wensi, who was beside him, didn't say anything in agreement. Instead, he looked at Chu Luyue with a deep gaze. He'd stepped into the barrier before Elder Huafeng, so he was able to see the situation much clearer than Elder Huafeng. At that time, after the two of them entered, Chu was standing at the top of the mountain. However, at that time, he didn't seem to be besieged by Tianlei. Instead, it seemed like he was confronting Tianlei. Yes. It was a confrontation. Elder Wensi had seen many storms and waves. He knew that under normal circumstances, this kind of situation would only happen when a cultivator was extremely strong. However, this was definitely not something that Chu Yu could do. He still remembered that when the youth turned around, although his face was filled with surprise, his jade-like eyes were unexpectedly calm. No matter how he thought about it, it was wrong. Chu Luyue lowered her eyes and pretended not to know. Elder Ouyang asked for a while, but seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, he simply gave up. I'm probably wrong, let's not talk about this for now. What do you plan to do in this situation? Elder Ouyang's gaze swept back and forth between the two elders, and there was a meaningful look in his eyes. This 1000-wine mountain was usually strictly limited to the time to enter. Students were absolutely not allowed to appear here at such a time. But now, not only was Chu Yu here, he had seen too much. Even if he didn't know the secret of the spring, he had already seen something he shouldn't have. If it was an outsider who had barged in on purpose, they could just kill him directly. But in the end, Chu Yu was a student of his own academy. He couldn't do that. Therefore, this matter became very troublesome. Elder Wensi was silent for a moment and looked at Chu Luyue. Chu Yu, are you able to keep your mouth shut about today's matter and not reveal anything to the outside world? Could Chu Luyue say no? She nodded and said seriously, today, I've been cultivating in my residence. I don't know anything else. Elder Wensi stared at him. That spring You, before he could finish his sentence. The face of the young man in front of him was still a little immature. Her eyes were clean, pure, and clear. It was as if one could see the bottom with a single glance. He heaved a sigh of relief. Forget it. Let's just pretend that nothing happened today. Whoosh! Before he could finish his words, a strange sound suddenly came from the spring eye on the top of the mountain. Chu Luyue instinctively turned around to take a look and saw that the spring was glowing brightly. Vaguely, she could see that several Tianlei inside were swimming faster. They were intertwining crazily. It was as if they would break out of it in the next moment. Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat. Standing here, she could clearly feel that the pressure in that place was rising at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Dumpling suddenly flew out from her shoulder. She went straight there. Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat. Dumpling. The three elders were also shocked. Stop it. Elder Wen, she roared. But it was too late. Chu Luyue and Dumpling's position was very close to the spring eye. It made a move at such a surprising time. Who could stop it? Plop. Tuanzi plunged directly into the mouth of the spring. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. Its small red figure was instantly enveloped by countless silver lights. Crackle. Chu Luyue could even clearly hear the sound of the Tianlei swimming crazily on Dumpling's body. She was about to move when she suddenly felt a subtle fluctuation in her body. That was Dumpling's aura increasing. Chu Luyue was really shocked. This was the reason why Dumpling couldn't fly out. This was only the beginning. Its bloodline potential seemed to be showing signs of being stimulated. If it stayed in it for a little longer, quick! Get it out! Elder Ouyang shouted with trembling hands. My wine! Elder Huafeng screamed and was the first to pounce over. This little thing actually went in directly. He ran directly to the spring eye and grabbed Dumpling with his big hand. Tuanzi blinked its round eyes and dived into the deeper part of the cave. Elder Huafeng was really anxious and couldn't help but curse, "Come out for me." It wasn't easy for Dumpling to find this opportunity to come in. At this moment, it was enjoying it the most, so how could it come out? Elder Huafeng gritted his teeth in anger and subconsciously wanted to make a move. But when his hand was about to sink into the water, he suddenly stopped and a trace of struggle flashed across his face. It wasn't easy for them to raise it for so many years. Chu Yu. Get it out immediately. Elder Wensi spoke up. Seeing his obviously serious expression, Chu Luyue curled her hands in her sleeves and looked at Dumpling. Dumpling. If you don't come back, never come back. She said these words very calmly, but there was a clear warning in her voice. Dumpling's body stiffened, and then it quickly swam back and forth in the spring eye before reluctantly flying up. Its entire body was soaked, and its red feathers were soaked in water, making the color even richer. On it, one could even see a few silver lights flashing quickly and disappearing under its feathers. When the elders saw this scene, their expressions became extremely interesting. That was the Tianlei that they had stored with great difficulty in the spring eye. After so many years, they had finally saved up this little bit, but in the end, it was all used up by this thing. You. Elder Wensi took a deep breath, and his vision turned black. Dumpling squatted on Chu Luyue's shoulder and rubbed its head with its wings with an innocent expression. Elder Wensi suddenly couldn't say the rest of his words. The red-tailed phoenix was a divine beast, and its intelligence was not inferior to that of the human race. The reason why it did this was because it did it on purpose. It still dared to do this in front of them. With such a temperament and courage, it was useless to scold it 100 times. Elder Wensi turned his gaze and looked at Chu Luyue, suppressing the anger in his heart. Chu Yu. Now, what do you think we should do? Chu Luyue pondered for a moment, then suddenly picked up Dumpling and handed it over. Elder, whoever causes trouble will be responsible, okay? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1155. Dumpling, who was abandoned. Mistress, did you say something wrong? You're not serious, are you? Dumpling held on to her last glimmer of hope and turned her head with difficulty to look at Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue returned a look of helplessness and pain. I'm really sorry. Because her intuition told her that this matter was very serious. Very serious. Looking at the elder's current expressions, if she didn't try her best to pull herself out, she would probably be ruthlessly beaten up. Chu Luyue admitted that she didn't have the strength to contend with these three elders. Then, it was better to save as many as possible. She picked up Dumpling's wings and handed it forward. Her expression was apologetic and extremely sincere. It's all because of the student's lack of discipline that led to such a result. However, the student's strength is low, and I really couldn't watch it just now. The red-tailed phoenix was a divine beast after all. If it insisted on doing something, a mere early-stage 7th-stage cultivator naturally wouldn't be able to stop it. The three elders looked at each other. They saw clearly just now that it was indeed this red-tailed phoenix that suddenly ran out on its own. Chu Yu also stopped it, but it was too late. After all, this is your contracted divine beast. Elder Wenxi said. You can't absolve yourself from the blame. Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat. From today onwards, you will be grounded in Mount Pengmin for a month. Mount Pengmin? Chu Liyue pursed her lips. She had been to many places in the academy these few days and had a certain understanding of the academy, but why hadn't she heard of this place before? A month? That's a bit too long. Elder Huafeng said hesitantly. This kid is Wan Zheng's new disciple after all. That old thing hadn't accepted a disciple for several years. Now that he finally found one that caught his eye, he would definitely pamper him like a treasure. If he were to be locked up for a month straight from the get-go, his reputation would be ruined. Elder Wenxi paused, then 10 days. It can't be less. This time, the other two elders did not object. Elder Wenxi glanced at Dumpling. Dumpling immediately held Chu Liyue's hand tightly. Are you scared now? Elder Wenxi sneered. If I find out you're doing this again, elders, don't worry. This student will definitely discipline it strictly in the future. Chu Liyue said earnestly. Elder Wenxi snorted. And you? You've only been here for 1 day and you've already caused such trouble. How could he have misjudged her before? How could he have thought that she was an honest and obedient person? Chu Liyue lowered his head and obediently listened to the elder's lecture. At this time, the sky was slightly bright. She stood with her hands by her side and her head slightly lowered. Only her thick eyelashes and smooth white chin could be seen. She looked like a well-behaved and obedient child again. Elder Wenxi suddenly couldn't say the rest of his words. In fact, by this time, he could already tell that this child was not a peaceful child at all. But, such an innocent and pitiful look of admitting her mistake really made people unable to bear to scold her. Forget it. Elder Wenxi shook his head. Don't do it again. Chu Liyue heard the softness in his tone and couldn't help but look up and smile in surprise. Thank you, Elder. The young man's face was delicate and clean. This smile was actually bright and dazzling. An extremely familiar feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Elder Wenxi's heart skipped a beat. This expression, this smile, it was really similar to. Chu Liyue noticed the subtle change in his expression and immediately retracted the smile on her face without batting an eyelid. Ouyang, take him to Mount Pengmin. Elder Ouyang's eyes widened. Why me? Elder Wenxi rolled his eyes at him and was too lazy to talk nonsense. He turned around and left directly. Elder Huafeng patted Elder Ouyang's shoulder sympathetically. It's also your fault that you didn't take good care of this spring eye. But don't worry, we'll definitely put in a good word for you later, ah. After saying that, he quickly left without waiting for Elder Ouyang's reaction. Soon, only Chu Luyue and Elder Ouyang were left on the top of the mountain. The mountain wind blew with a hint of coolness. Elder Ouyang came back to his senses and looked at Chu Luyue with incomparable resentment. You brat! Forget it, follow me. At this time, the sky had just brightened. But in the academy, many students had already gotten up and started cultivating. On each mountain, there were students busy with their own things. The assessment at the beginning of the month had just ended, and everyone's spirits were still very high. Those who won wanted to stabilize, and those who lost wanted to fight back. As for the new students, needless to say, they were full of excitement and curiosity. All they thought about was to cultivate well and strive to catch up with their senior brothers and sisters as soon as possible and establish a foothold in the academy. However, at this moment, a strange scene suddenly appeared in the academy. An elder of the academy was leading a young man through the air. They passed through half of the academy and arrived at a mountain peak in the martial artist area. The location of that mountain was relatively remote. Even the students in the martial artist area rarely went there. Most importantly, there was an extremely powerful spirit formation outside the mountain peak. Others could not rashly enter it. At this time, the sudden arrival of these two people naturally attracted the attention of many people. Who is that elder? Why haven't I seen him before? You just came here not long ago, so of course you don't know. That's one of the few weapon refiners in the academy, Elder Ouyang. As soon as these words were said, it immediately caused an uproar. Weapon refiner? Didn't they say that those few rarely come out? Why did they suddenly? Wait. Why does the young man beside him look a little familiar? Ah. I think his name is Chu Yu. Yesterday at the Celestial Physician assessment, he seemed to have performed very well. Why did a Celestial Physician student come here with a weapon refiner elder? At this time, Luo Shishir and Zhuosheng, who had not rested well for the entire night, finally returned after receiving Elder Wenxi's permission. Hearing the discussions of the people around them, the two of them were stunned. They looked at each other and immediately looked forward. Sure enough, in front of another mountain not far away, there were two people standing in the air. Wasn't one of them Chu Yu, who was trapped in Thousand Wine Mountain? Why is he here? Both of them were surprised. They had been staying at Elder Wenxi's residence. After a long wait, Elder Wenxi and Zhuosheng finally returned. They thought that Chu Yu would come back with them, but who knew that just as they asked, Elder Wenxi and Zhuosheng's expressions became very strange. They only said that Chu Yu was safe and told them to go back without worry. They thought that Chu Yu had already returned to his place. Who knew, he actually came here. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Pengmin Mountain has always only punished and imprisoned students who have made big mistakes. What did that newcomer Chu Yu do? He went in on his second day at the academy. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1156. Many people, including Luo Shishir, couldn't help but turn around and look at the source of the voice. The one who spoke was a young man who looked to be around 26 or 27 years old. He was tall and had wheat-colored skin. His facial features were strong and his eyes were sharp. Senior brother Mo Ran, you said that Chu Yu made a mistake so he's locked up in Pengmin Mountain? Someone asked curiously. When Luo Shishir and Luo Shishir heard this name, they couldn't help but be shocked. Mo Ran, 9th on the warrior ranking. In the academy, he could definitely be considered to be one of the top students. Therefore, the credibility of his words was higher. That's right. Mo Ran didn't have much expression on his face. Only when he looked at the slender and tall figure in the distance did his expression change. This newcomer really has some ability, His voice was very soft, so almost no one heard it. But after getting his confirmation, everyone was still in an uproar. Made a big mistake? That Chuyu just came, what mistake could he have made? That's right. Moreover, he was personally brought here by Elder Ouyang. Could it be that he got into trouble at the weapon refiner's place? It shouldn't be, right? Didn't everyone never go there? Since he's already entered the academy, he must have heard from the elder that he can't casually go to the weapon refiner's place, right? Also, there's a barrier there, can he go in as he pleases? Everyone was filled with curiosity and their eyes couldn't hide the gossip and excitement. Life in the academy was actually very peaceful on the whole. The sudden arrival of such a fierce person naturally attracted their attention. Senior brother Mo Ran? A gentle female voice sounded. Mo Ran turned his head to look. A man and a woman, two students who looked to be around 20 years old, were rushing to his side. Both of their eyes were filled with worry. Senior brother Mo Ran, is it really serious to be locked up in Pengmin Mountain? How long will he be locked up for? Mo Ran sized up the two of them without batting an eyelid. How long he'll be locked up depends on the size of his mistake. As for whether it's serious or not, he's the only one who entered the academy in half a year. Luo Shishir and Luo Shishir looked at each other and frowned. How could this be? Previously, when Chuyu was trapped in 10,000 Wine Mountain, they had asked Elder Wen Shi and Elder Wen Shi for help. Logically speaking, it was a blessing that Chuyu could return safely. But, why was he locked up for no reason? Could it be? Was it because he stayed in the 1,000 Wine Mountain during the ban? Other than that, they really couldn't think of any other reason. But he couldn't say such words out loud. After all, the two elders had already reminded him not to reveal anything about what happened yesterday. Suddenly, Zhuosheng had a thought. Oh right, does Elder Wanzheng know about this? In front of Pengmin Mountain, Chu Luyue and Elder Ouyang stood in the air. As soon as they stood still, an aged voice came from the mountain. Ouyang? Why are you here? This low and deep voice almost caused one's mind to tremble as it fell into one's ears. Even the origin power within one's body began to circulate faster. Chu Luyue was secretly shocked. The strength of the person who spoke was probably unimaginably strong. What else can I do here? Of course, I'm here to send someone to you. Elder Ouyang snorted softly. Lock this kid up for 10 days. The other party was silent for a moment. Chu Luyue only felt that there was a line of sight slowly sweeping across her body from the unseen. In an instant it was as if everything about her had been exposed and seen clearly by everyone. Through and through. She subconsciously restrained her aura. After a while, the invisible pressure finally dissipated. A freshman? Elder Ouyang had a headache. He just came yesterday. Oh. For some reason, Chu Luyue suddenly felt that the other party seemed to be a little interested in her. This is interesting. The last person who came in so early was, the voice stopped abruptly. It seemed that he wanted to continue, but there seemed to be some taboo, so he could only abruptly end it like this. Chu Luyue subconsciously glanced at Elder Ouyang, only to see that his expression had also frozen for a moment. But this change only lasted for a moment, and Elder Ouyang's expression returned to normal in an instant. If not for Chu Luyue's sharp eyes, she might not have noticed it. A faint doubt arose in her heart. If she guessed correctly, the person that the other party wanted to mention should be, the mysterious person whose name was erased from the green cloud roll? Everyone in the academy, from the dean to the elders, and even the students seemed to be secretive about this person. Even until now, Chu Luyue still did not know what that person's name was. According to what they said, that person was no longer in the academy, but there seemed to be traces of that person everywhere in the academy. It was difficult to avoid and ignore. Chu Luyue sighed softly in her heart. She really did not know what kind of person that person was. Alright, I got it. After 10 days, he will be released. As the voice fell, the void in front of the two vibrated, and a stream of light overflowed. Immediately, the boundary formed by the Xian formation quickly opened. Elder Ouyang raised his chin at Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue bowed seriously, then took a deep breath and stepped in. What? You guys locked him up in Pengmin Mountain. Elder Wanzheng, who had just finished taking care of the herbs, looked at Elder Huafeng in shock. Are you guys crazy? Elder Huafeng almost threw the wine pot in his hand. You're the one who's crazy. I came over to tell you this out of kindness, why are you scolding me? Aren't you anxious that your disciple is locked up there? Elder Wanzheng rushed over angrily. Speak. What's going on? If you don't make it clear and bully my disciple, that kid stayed in Thousand Wine Mountain yesterday. This sentence caused Elder Wanzheng's face to be stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Humph, it's what you're thinking. Elder Huafeng straightened his collar and sneered. Not only that, he just happened to meet Ouyang Lianjian yesterday. Almost all of them were seen. If it weren't for you, this kid would have stayed in Pengmin Mountain for a month. Elder Wanzheng's breathing stagnated. He never thought that Chu Yu would cause such a big trouble in just one day. But, Elder Wanzheng wanted to say something but stopped. He wanted to defend Chu Yu, but he didn't know where to start. It was because this matter was too serious. Lingshao College had stood in the Divine Ruins world for tens of thousands of years and had recruited countless students. Even now, the number of students in the college was about 3,000. With so many people, how could no one make a mistake? The college had all kinds of punishment methods. Being locked up in Pengmin Mountain was definitely one of the top 3 punishments. If it wasn't a last resort, the elders wouldn't be willing to do this. But now, he had finally accepted a student, and he was sent straight to Pengmin Mountain. Elder Huafeng chuckled and comforted him. Aya, look on the bright side. Didn't you always want to accept that troublemaker as your disciple? In the end, you didn't succeed. Look at now, Chu Yu is locked up in Pengmin Mountain on the 2nd day of school. At least he's the same as that person. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1157. Elder Wanzheng glanced at him with a gloomy look. Elder Huafeng tactfully shut his mouth. Cough. It's just a joke. Don't mind it, don't mind it. Elder Wanzheng suddenly smiled. It's fine. This joke is quite funny. When she comes back later, I'll tell her. She'll definitely like it. Hey! Elder Huafeng's expression changed. Look at you. I'm not. Fine, I was wrong. I admit my mistake. Looking at Elder Wanzheng's half-smile, Elder Huafeng regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself. Who told you to be so talkative? Of all things, you had to mention that scourge. Now, you've dug a hole for yourself. Elder Wanzheng finally let it go. However, when he thought of Chu Yu being locked up, he could not help but frown slightly. This child's talent was amazing, and he was very clever. As long as he was taught well, he would definitely be outstanding in the future. Originally, he wanted to let him get on the Qingyun role as soon as possible, but this would probably be delayed. To think that he had even planned what to teach in advance. Elder Wanzheng shook his head helplessly. Then, let's wait for him to come out. The news of Chu Luyue being locked up in Pengmin Mountain quickly spread in the academy. Everyone had different reactions and discussed it. But the current Chu Luyue was completely clueless about this. After stepping into the barrier, she saw a 7-story tower halfway up Pengmin Mountain. Her intuition told her that that was where the voice came from, and where she would be locked up. Therefore, she walked all the way forward. When she reached the tower, Chu Luiyue stood in front of the door. The surrounding forest was lush and green. There was no one around the tower, and grayish-white mountain rocks were piled up. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Or rather, very few people had come. Looking at the black iron door in front of her, Chu Luiyue focused and calmed down before walking forward. As soon as she reached the door opened automatically before she could reach out. Creak! In an instant, Chu Luiyue even had the illusion that she had opened a dusty object that had been sealed for many years. Come in. An old voice entered her ears. Chu Luiyue composed herself and walked in. As soon as he entered, all he could see was darkness. Chu Luiyue looked around but could only see blurry black shadows. She frowned. Suddenly, the door behind her slowly closed. Bang! Hearing the sound, she subconsciously turned around to take a look. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly lit up. Her heart skipped a beat. She took a quick glance and saw that the lock on the door seemed to have rusted. There are a total of 7 floors here. Which floor do you want to go to? The voice continued to echo in his ears. She turned around and looked forward again. Inside the spacious and empty hall, 7 large doors floated silently. The door glowed faintly, reflecting a sacred and majestic image on the floor paved with black jade. Chu Luiyue felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly by something. Even his breathing became difficult. That was an involuntary reaction when facing a powerful force. Although the 7 doors looked ordinary, Chu Luiyue knew very well that the power they contained was not something she could imagine. She was even calmer at times like these. Her gaze swept across the 7 doors one by one. Actually, the 7 doors were exactly the same. From the outside, there was no difference at all. Chu Luiyue wanted to try using her force to test it, but in the end, she did not do so. In a place like this, it was better to be honest. The surroundings were silent. Chu Luiyue knew that the other party was waiting for her to make a choice. I choose. She hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the second door on the right. Here. After a while, the voice sounded again. Why? This time, the voice seemed to have a trace of surprise and astonishment. Chu Luiyue blinked. Why? What other reason could there be? Wasn't it just a random choice? But of course, she could not say that out loud. So, she paused for a moment and deliberated. This. I can't choose. Chu Luiyue had only asked casually, but she did not expect the other party to fall silent after she spoke. This made her heart sink slowly. Could it be that she had really chosen something that she could not choose? I'll give you a second chance. That voice sounded again. Choose carefully. Chu Luiyue nodded respectfully and cautiously. Your student understands. Then, the 7 doors suddenly shone brightly. The dazzling light forced Chu Luiyue to raise her hand to cover her eyes. But soon, the light quickly dissipated. Chu Luiyue put down her hand and looked forward. Needless to say, the order of the 7 doors had changed. Choose. The person said. Chu Luiyue nodded slightly. Her eyes sized up the doors for a moment, then she raised her hand and pointed to the door in the middle. Your student chooses this. Silence. Chu Luiyue suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness in her heart. Did she choose something that was not suitable again? It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Heh. At this moment, the person suddenly laughed. It seems that it's destined. There was no anger in his tone, as if he had restrained all his emotions. But Chu Luiyue's heart sank. It seemed that, she had chosen the same door as the previous one. Go in. After 10 days, the door will open automatically and let you out. Chu Luiyue put away her thoughts, nodded slightly, and walked forward. She walked to the door in the middle, raised her hand, and pushed the door open. Her figure quickly disappeared behind the door. After a while, that voice sounded again in a low voice. She actually chose the same door. Really, let's hope that this child can come out of there safely. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1158. Because of the previous two choices, Chu Luyue was actually a little nervous when she pushed open the door and entered. But when she entered, she realized that things were not as she had expected. Because what appeared in front of her was a square room. This room was not big, but it could definitely accommodate dozens of people. The four walls were covered with intertwining black and white patterns. Chu Luyue glanced at it. Apart from barely recognizing the upper left corner of one of the walls, which seemed to be engraved with the school's totem, she could not understand the other patterns. Overall, the lines were messy and without any order, as if someone had dipped a brush in ink and casually sprinkled it on the white rice paper. Other than that, there was nothing else. Chu Luyue frowned and walked to the middle. The door behind her closed automatically. Chu Luyue did not pay attention to it. Anyway, no matter what, she had to stay here for 10 days. After looking around carefully and confirming that there was indeed nothing out of the ordinary here, Chu Luyue simply sat on the ground, closed her eyes and began to cultivate. Yes, although there were no windows here, it was not stuffy. Just like outside, there was an abundance of heaven and earth force. Since she could not do anything here, she might as well cultivate. Just as she was about to close her eyes and begin, with a plop, a small creature suddenly fell to the ground. It was Dumpling. Looking at the soaked dumpling on the ground in front of her, Chu Luyue was stunned for a moment. She had already called Dumpling back earlier and did not call it just now. Why did it come out on its own? Dumpling? She called out. Plop plop, Dumpling flapped its wings frantically, as if trying to shake off the water on its body and dry itself. Chu Luyue stared at it for a while and could not help but remind it. Dumpling, you can use fire to dry yourself. Dumpling paused and looked up at her with eager eyes. Chu Luyue's pupils suddenly shrank. Because in Tuanzi's eyes, there was a flash of silver in a flash. Is that Tianlei? She knew that Dumpling had taken advantage of the previous opportunity to devour a lot of Tianlei to stimulate her bloodline power, but she didn't expect this to happen. Dumpling, are you all right? Dumpling shook its head and began to flap its wings frantically. So much Tianlei is swimming around its body, and it hasn't been completely absorbed yet. If he hastily summons the flames now, I'm afraid even he won't be able to control them once they start burning. The legendary three-eyed eagle said coldly. Chu Luyue finally understood. He looked at Dumpling, who was working very hard on the ground, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Then, how long will it take to completely digest the power this time? That depends on it. It could be as short as 1 day, or as long as 3 days. Chu Luyue breathed a sigh of relief. Because we chose to attack when Tianlei's power was at its most abundant, it devoured a lot this time. However, if we want to completely stimulate its bloodline power, we still have to do as we said before. It would have been fine if he didn't mention this, but now that he mentioned it, Chu Luyue had a headache. He had only stayed on Thousand Wine Mountain once, and he was locked up here for 10 days. If he really stayed there for a month, Chu Luyue felt that he might be expelled. Just don't be discovered. As if guessing Chu Luyue's thoughts, the legendary three-eyed eagle said calmly. Chu Luyue. Do I look like someone with such ability? Thousand Wine Mountain was heavily guarded. How was she going to go there for a month without being discovered? Chu Luyue looked at Dumpling and suddenly felt that it was fine the way it was now. Wasn't that the red-tailed phoenix that had won against Luin Tong? Of course you are. The legendary three-eyed eagle gave an affirmative answer. Chu Luyue was speechless for a moment. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be happy that the legendary three-eyed eagle thought so highly of her, or worried about how she could complete this ridiculous task. She shook her head. She still chose to suppress this thought. She closed her eyes, held her breath, and began to absorb the heaven and earth force around her. Streams of origin power condensed and poured into her body. These forces flowed through her limbs and bones, and finally gathered in her dantian. Time passed bit by bit, and Chu Liuyue's aura continued to strengthen. However, what she didn't know was that the walls around her were also quietly changing. The seemingly irregular lines seemed to be attracted by some kind of power and slowly moved. Without a sound, they transformed into various strange diagrams. As these lines fluctuated, the space around Chu Liyue seemed to be stirred. Layers of pressure quickly superimposed in these fluctuations. At this moment, Chu Liyue closed her eyes and focused all her attention on cultivation. If she opened her eyes, she would see that around her, there were black cracks mixed in the distorted space. And that terrifying and heavy fluctuation was like a tide, slowly and firmly surging toward her. However, just as those ripples were about to reach Chu Liyue, they suddenly stopped. Then, a wave of power took a step forward. Almost at the same time, Chu Liyue's body was suffused with a bright golden light. Pure gold armor. Sensing this light and aura, the aura that had been accumulating on that power dissipated in an instant. Then, that power gently turned, and the surrounding power seemed to be affected as well. One by one, they removed that terrifying pressure and lingered around Chu Liyue. It seemed to be intimate and nostalgic. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1159. Amidst these silent waves, Chu Liyue's speed of devouring the force began to increase. She seemed to have entered an extremely strange state. Even though her eyes were closed, she could still subtly sense everything around her. She could vaguely feel that there was something flowing slowly around her, passing through her body. During this process, a portion of the force quietly entered her body. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the force of heaven and earth here was extremely pure. There was almost no need to refine it, and it could be used by her. Her body was like a sponge, crazily absorbing the force around her. Moreover, this speed was also continuously increasing. Chu Liyue was originally a little worried that her body could not withstand such a terrifying force infusion since she was only at the beginning of rank 7. But soon, she realized that she was worrying too much. Because from start to finish, her body did not feel uncomfortable at all. The rich force flowing in her yuan meridian did not cause her any pain or discomfort. Instead, it nourished her yuan meridian and made it even more supple and smooth. Chu Liyue could even clearly feel the aura around her body increasing. Could it be that the force here is special? Such a thought flashed through Chu Liyue's mind. But it did not seem to be that simple. Chu Liyue quickly suppressed this thought and focused on cultivating. Dumpling, who was beside her, had unknowingly stopped moving and was lying on the ground tiredly. Only the flickering silver tian lei on its body showed that it was not as harmless as it looked. Qingming Square. Elder Bo Yen was standing with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the people in front of him. The people standing here were the people who had discussed that matter in the hall. But compared to that time, there were obviously a few people missing. For example, Wei Shiping was not here. But there were still a dozen elders standing beside him, so overall, there were quite a number of people. And the one closest to Elder Bo Yen was Rongxiu. This old man will not say any unnecessary words. For this trip, I will leave it to all of you. Elder Bo Yen cupped his hands. Everyone agreed in unison. If you encounter any danger this time, Rongxiu. Before Elder Bo Yen could finish, he saw Rongxiu's expression change slightly as he looked in a certain direction. His deep phoenix eyes narrowed, and his thin scarlet lips curved into an extremely faint and helpless smile. This is really, Rongxiu, what's wrong? Elder Bo Yen asked curiously. Rongxiu retracted his gaze and shook his head with a faint smile. Nothing. Elder Bo Yen looked in the direction he was looking at. That was the martial artists' area. Everything was normal. Elder Bo Yen frowned. Although nothing could be seen from Rongxiu's face, he still felt that there should be something. It was the same the previous time. It was as if there was something in the academy that was affecting Rongxiu's thoughts. He had always been a cold and indifferent person, so there weren't many things that could interest him. But since he didn't want to say, others naturally wouldn't ask. At this moment, Elder Wensi arrived late. Elder Bo Yen smiled and asked, "Wensi, if you didn't come, you wouldn't have made it." Elder Wensi coughed. "I had something to do at the last minute, so I was delayed." Elder Bo Yen looked at him and his expression changed slightly. "What's wrong?" Elder Wensi wasn't someone who liked to be late, and it seemed that there really was something. This, Elder Wensi hesitated for a moment, but still decided to tell the truth. After all, they would know about this sooner or later. Actually, it's not a big deal, but a student made a small mistake and was locked up in Pengmin Mountain. As soon as he said this, everyone looked over. Pengmin Mountain was a place that wouldn't let people in easily. This student. Could it be that he made a small mistake? Oh. Who? Elder Bo Yen frowned slightly. It had been a long time since the academy had issued such a punishment, so that student must have done something that crossed the academy's bottom line. Elder Wensi sighed. He didn't come down in time yesterday and stayed in Thousand Wine Mountain for a long time. The expressions of the elders changed slightly. Which student is so daring? Elder Bo Yan's brows furrowed even tighter. Regarding Thousand Wine Mountain, the academy had repeatedly ordered that no one was allowed to stay in Thousand Wine Mountain during the forbidden period. How could there be a student who did this? Cough, it's Chu Yu. Elder Wensi lowered his voice a little and then quickly added. But that child didn't do it on purpose. He just happened to return late for a while and was trapped in Thousand Wine Mountain. After receiving the news, Hua Feng and I immediately went to bring him out. Elder Wensi was slightly shocked when he said this. For some reason, he actually unconsciously explained for Chu Yu, as if he didn't want him to be punished too heavily. I see. Since you've already punished him, then let's forget about this matter for now. Fortunately, Elder Bo Yen didn't pursue this matter further, which made Elder Wensi secretly heave a sigh of relief. After coming back to his senses, he was stunned for a moment. It was probably because he was the one who recruited that kid, so he couldn't bear to do it. Anyway, when he thought of the youth being reprimanded and lowering his head to admit his mistake, he inexplicably couldn't bear to be ruthless. Elder Wensi took a deep breath and suppressed these chaotic thoughts. Rongxiu, who was at the side, had a faint expression on his face. His eyelids drooped slightly as a faint light flashed across his eyes. Pengmin Mountain. Staying there, at least for a period of time, was safe. But, Rongxiu's eyes moved slightly, concealing the emotions in his eyes. This small episode didn't attract too much attention. A student being locked in Pengmin Mountain for a few days, in their opinion, was actually not a big deal. Let's go. An elder shouted and took the lead to move. He flew towards the gate of the academy. The others followed closely behind. Rongxiu glanced at Pengmin Mountain without batting an eyelid, and then left as well. The group of figures quickly disappeared. Inside the 7-story tower of Pengmin Mountain. In the main hall, the 7 doors floated quietly. Time passed little by little. Finally, the old voice sounded again. However, this time, there was a hint of doubt in his voice. Huh? Logically speaking, that kid should have already escaped. Why is there still no movement until now? In the empty and quiet main hall, no one answered. Another period of time passed. The 7 doors was still as usual. These days, the children who can cause trouble are all so powerful, the man couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. Not coming out after such a long time, he really has some ability. In a strange space, Chu Luiyue sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. The vast and tyrannical power around her constantly poured into her body. The lines on the 4 walls flowed lightly with her breathing. It was as if her whole body had merged with this place. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. An old and low voice came into her ears. "Kid, time's up. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network." Chapter 1160. Chu Luiyue suddenly opened her eyes. A strange and bright light flashed quickly from the bottom of her eyes. The sharpness of that moment made people not dare to look directly at it. But this light quickly dissipated, and she returned to her lazy and indifferent appearance. She stretched and moved her muscles and bones. Her body, which had been sitting for a long time, made a crisp sound. Time was up, Chu Luiyue thought faintly. 10 days had passed just like that. But why didn't she feel anything at all? During the whole process, the only thing she did was cultivate. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, it was already time to go out. Chu Luiyue stood up and looked around. Everything was the same as when she first came. What she didn't know was that the moment she opened her eyes, the lines on the 4 walls had already returned to their original appearance. She naturally couldn't see anything. She picked up Dumpling beside her. Probably because it had completely digested the power, Dumpling's body no longer had the flickering silver tianlei. Moreover, the color of its wings seemed to have become more intense than before. Perhaps, this was a sign that the power of the bloodline had been activated? Chu Luiyue thought as she walked over to open the door. However, just as her hand was about to touch the door, she suddenly paused, looked back, and narrowed her eyes slightly. She actually wanted to continue staying here for a while. What should she do? For some reason, she felt very comfortable cultivating here. The surrounding energy naturally entered her body, nourishing her flesh, blood, tendons, and bones, strengthening her aura, and during this process, she didn't feel any discomfort. Everything seemed to flow naturally. It was as if these powers were supposed to be hers. This feeling was very subtle, and it was something she had never experienced before. "Senior," she suddenly opened her mouth, but stopped midway. That voice came from outside the door. "What's wrong?" Chu Luiyue's thoughts turned, and she smiled lightly, changing the topic of the remaining half of her sentence. "Thank you for taking care of me during this period." That person snorted softly. After entering this door, he couldn't interfere, especially when this kid chose this one. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even lift a finger. How could he take care of her? "Just come out." Chu Luiyue took a deep breath, took one last look, and turned to leave. A white light flashed in front of her eyes, and Chu Luiyue subconsciously narrowed her eyes. After her eyes adjusted to the light, she saw the surroundings clearly. The main hall in front of her eyes was empty, exactly the same as when she came. She glanced back. The 7 doors, there were still no changes. It was as if the 10 days he had spent in there were just like a dream. Go. After coming out of the door, Chu Luiyue couldn't tell where the voice came from. It was as if the entire main hall, the voice of the voice, fell clearly in the end. She didn't. Chu Luiyue thought for a while and still bowed in the direction of 7 fan door. Students of you. With that, she turned around and lifted her foot to leave. However, as soon as she took a step, that voice sounded again, and it seemed to carry some confusion and doubt. Chu Luiyue immediately stopped, stood where she was, and respectfully turned back, allowing that person's knife-like sharp gaze to sweep over her. "Senior, is there anything else?" That person's voice sounded a little strange. Your aura has strengthened. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Was there a need to ask? She had been concentrating on cultivating in there for 10 days. Wasn't it normal for her strength to increase? But since that person asked, there was obviously something wrong. She pondered for a moment, and said, "Student has been concentrating on cultivating these few days." That person didn't say anything for a while. Chu Luiyue's heart was pounding. That answer didn't seem right. "Forget it, you can go now." After a while, that voice sounded again. But Chu Luiyue keenly felt that the other party's attitude towards her seemed to be a little different. She couldn't tell the specifics, but she just had this feeling. She pursed her lips and bowed to leave. The door opened automatically. After she stepped out, the door closed automatically behind her. Bang! Inside the tower, the hall was silent. A low murmur sounded. It was filled with confusion. This kid. Could it be that she likes him? Outside the door, Chu Luiyue looked back and sighed softly. Although the senior in charge of guarding was a little strange, but, if only she could come a few more times, if Elder Wensi and the others knew that she came here, not only did she not learn any lessons, but also tasted the sweetness and wanted to come again, what kind of expression would they have? She felt an itch in her neck. Chu Luiyue tapped Dumpling's head. "Okay, I know you still want to go. But I have to think of a way first. If you don't listen to me like last time." She glanced at Dumpling coldly. Dumpling immediately nodded like she was pounding garlic. "I won't make trouble. I'll listen to my master." Chu Luiyue nodded in satisfaction and flew away. "I said, I don't know when Chuyu will come back." Zhong Sun suppressed the anger in his heart and said word by word. "This is our residence, please leave first. When he comes back, I will tell him that you have been here. No need to be so troublesome, we can just wait for him here." The few young men opposite him laughed arrogantly. "Senior brother Zhong Sun, why are you so nervous? We are just here to learn from Chuyu. I heard that he is very talented in celestial physician. We want to come and see. Are you going to stop us?" The young man standing at the front said lazily. Zhong Sun frowned. A few days ago, these people suddenly came over, saying that they wanted to learn from Chuyu. Since he was not here, they simply came every day, starting in the morning and only leaving at night. And Chuyu's residence had long been turned into a mess by them. These people were not old, and according to seniority, Zhong Sun was their senior brother. But their attitude towards Zhong Sun was not very respectful. It was because their background was not to be underestimated. These people were all Lu Yintong's junior brothers. They suddenly came here, and it was obvious who ordered them to do so. That night, Zhong Sun did not go to Thousand Wine Mountain, so he did not know what happened. But from the words of the people later, he knew that Lu Yintong insisted on having a divine beast contract competition with Chuyu, and in the end, she lost completely. This time, Chuyu had completely offended Lu Yintong and her small group. That was why a few people took the initiative to provoke him. "Senior brother Zhong Sun, this has nothing to do with you. You should stay out of it." The young man in front smiled casually. Since he was accepted as a disciple by Elder Wanzheng, he must have some ability, don't you think? If he doesn't even dare to accept our challenge, wouldn't he be too cowardly? Zhong Sun was about to argue when a clear voice with a smile suddenly sounded. "Okay, I'll accept." Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 1161. Hearing this, they turned around to look. A young man in a green robe had unknowingly appeared behind them. His figure was a little thin, but he was very tall and straight. His face was delicate and his eyes were clean. He looked over with a faint smile on his lips. He seemed to be calm and collected, with a hint of solitude. The young men were stunned for a moment. Among them, some were at Thousand Wine Mountain that day, and some were not. But they were not very familiar with Chu Yu. At this moment, when they suddenly saw him, they realized that this young man actually had such a bearing. Chu Yu, you're back. Zhong Sun was the first to react and immediately greeted him. Walking up to him, he quickly sized up Chu Luyue with a worried expression. Are you okay? Being locked up in Pengmin Mountain was one of the most severe punishments in the academy. He had just arrived at the academy and encountered such a thing. He must be feeling terrible. Looking at Zhong Sun's worried eyes, Chu Luyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and a trace of warmth appeared in his heart. Senior brother Zhong Sun, don't worry, I'm fine. Or should I say, especially fine. Zhong Sun thought that she said that on purpose to make him feel at ease. But after taking a closer look, he realized that the young man in front of him had a relaxed expression and a smile in his eyes. It seemed that he was really fine. He heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, you're Chu Yu. A voice of unknown meaning was heard. Chu Luyue looked up. There were a total of 3 people opposite him. They didn't look old, only about 20 years old. The one who spoke was the one standing at the front. At this moment, he was crossing his arms and looking at Chu Luyue presumptuously. The expression in his eyes was indescribable. You were locked up in Pengmin Mountain as soon as you entered the academy. Junior brother Chu Yu's ability is really beyond our reach. Ha! These words were said in a strange tone with a thick sense of sarcasm. Zhong Sun's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Chu Luyue beside him. She took a step forward and nodded with a smile, yes. I think so too. I am indeed much more outstanding than you guys. The laughter on the other side stopped abruptly. But you don't have to be discouraged. After all, sometimes, you just have to give in. Chu Luyue did not seem to notice the wonderful changes in the expressions of the people opposite him. He smiled and spoke in a light tone. However, the words that came out of his mouth were enough to infuriate him to death. Ha! Both sides were in a deadlock for a moment before the youths seemed to have finally regained their senses. What did you say? Chu Luyue blinked. It seems that senior brother's hearing is not very good. Then, I'll say it again. When she smiled, she looked clean and harmless. However, the words he spat out were like steel needles that pierced straight into their hearts. I said, you guys are too weak. Now, do you understand? How arrogant. How arrogant. Everyone present, including Zhong Sun, had the same thought when they heard Chu Luyue's words. Could it be that this kid had gone crazy? Did he know what he was saying? Chu Yu, Zhong Sun's expression also changed. He thought that Chu Yu might not be convinced by these people. Otherwise, he would not have directly accepted their provocation the moment he returned. After all, he was still a teenager. It was normal for him to be young and impetuous. However, he never thought that Chu Yu would actually say such words. However, at this moment, Chu Yu suddenly turned around and winked at him. He chuckled and said, Senior brother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Zhong Sun was stunned. He could clearly see that the youth's eyes did not have the slightest bit of anger from being provoked. The targeting and provocation of those people did not actually arouse Chu Yu's anger at all. He was completely clear-headed and rational. And under such circumstances, he still said such words, ha! You have guts. Lu Ziyan was so angry that he laughed. In the academy, it had been a long time since such an arrogant freshman appeared. Since that's the case, let's have a real competition, how about it? Zhong Sun's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, Lu Ziyan waved his wrist and a black jade token suddenly appeared. I, Lu Ziyan, today, issued a challenge to Chu Yu. Chu Yu, do you dare to accept? Chu Luyue narrowed his eyes. Zhong Sun hurriedly said, Chu Yu. Don't agree. You can't accept this challenge. Chu Luyue looked over. Why? Zhong Sun was secretly anxious and explained, because once you accept this challenge, it means that no one will be able to interfere with your match. Moreover, as long as either of you doesn't agree to the end of the competition, then, the competition will continue. In other words, as long as they don't kill each other, the two sides of the competition can beat each other up as much as they want. It was also because of this that very few people in the academy would carry out such a challenge. Those who would do so usually had a lot of grudges in private. Now, Chu had completely offended the other party. Once he agreed, then, senior brother Zhong Sun, do you think that I will be the one being beaten up? Chu Luyue asked softly. Zhong Sun looked at her eyes and suddenly had a thought. Could it be that? He was confident that he could win against Lu Ziyan. Facing that pair of clear and calm eyes, Zhong Sun suddenly couldn't say the words of dissuasion in his throat. Chu Yu, he didn't seem to be as young and immature as he looked on the surface. Senior brother, don't worry. After Chu Luyue finished speaking, he looked at the other side. Lu Ziyan raised his eyebrows. What, you don't dare to accept? Chu Luyue smiled. They had already bullied her to her doorstep. If she still allowed herself to be trampled on, who knew how much she would be bullied in the future? In any case, she had already offended Lu Yintong, not to mention these few lackeys that Lu Yintong had sent over. Chu Luyue admitted that she had never taken the initiative to provoke anyone, much less deliberately provoke or offend anyone. Lu Yintong had taken the initiative to find trouble with her, and now there was no end to it. Even if she went to lower herself now, the other party wouldn't give her any face. Instead, they would only step on her and trample on her at will. So, from the beginning, she didn't feign civility with these people. The only thing she needed to do was to use this opportunity to tell everyone that she wasn't to be trifled with. Chu Luyue took out his black jade token. Yes. According to the rules, when the students of the academy carried out such a challenge, they must carry it out in the Qingming Square. So, the few of them came here together. The entire square occupied an extremely large area and was very spacious. They had only come here to occupy a small piece of land. But even so, they still attracted the attention of many people. Because usually, the Qingming Square was not allowed to casually go over. So, when a few people suddenly appeared in the empty square, it naturally attracted the attention of many people. Chu Luyue walked over and stood still. Lu Ziyan stood opposite him. The two of them faced each other from a distance. Junior brother Chu Yu, I think no one has told you before that when you don't have strength, you must be cautious and humble. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Lu Ziyan sneered. Chu Luyue's lips curved slightly. Bang! A medicinal cauldron fell heavily. Senior brother Lu, it's not too late to say these words after you win against me. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1162. Outside the competition area where the two of them were, a group of people had already gathered. Isn't that Lu Ziyan and Chu Yu? What are they going to do? Challenge? Since they're on the Qingming Square, then it must be. TSK, why are these two fighting for no reason? You don't know? Didn't Chu Yu offend Lu Yintong before? That Lu Ziyan seems to be a younger brother of her family branch. Usually in the academy, this Lu Ziyan often relies on Lu Yintong to act arrogantly. Then wouldn't Chu Yu be in danger? Even if his talent is not bad, he seems to be an 8th grade celestial physician. And Lu Ziyan just broke through the 9th grade not long ago, right? What is Chu Yu thinking? He actually agreed to this challenge that he will definitely lose? This kind of competition, the elders will not easily interfere. Everyone was discussing. All kinds of voices fell into the ears. Chu Liuyue's expression did not change, as if she was unmoved. Lu Ziyan also took out his medicine cauldron. "TSK, then I'll let you lose clearly." On the square, the two of them faced each other. In front of them, there was a medicine cauldron. Lu Ziyan took the lead. Now, he was a 9th-grade celestial physician. Although he could only refine low-grade pills, dealing with a mere 8th-grade Chuyu, wasn't it a piece of cake? In fact, long before he came, he had already prepared the pills to refine. Therefore, even the medicinal ingredients were prepared. He took out the medicinal ingredients one by one and placed them on the side. Then, he placed one hand on the medicine cauldron. Boom! A cluster of blue flames burned. Then, he waved his sleeve lightly, and the medicinal ingredients flew up one after another and fell into the medicine cauldron. The unique bitter fragrance of the medicinal ingredients quickly spread out. However, in stark contrast to him, Chu Liyue on the opposite side had not made a move until now. She just stood there with one hand on her arm, looking lazy. Looking at that gaze, it seemed to be looking at Lu Ziyan. Look? What's so good about Lu Ziyan refining pills? Many people looked at each other, revealing a blank expression. The competition had already begun. Why was Chu Yu still not moving? Blindly watching others refine pills, could it be that he could directly win? Chu Yu, do you have a problem? Zhong Sun frowned and asked worriedly. If you lack medicinal herbs, I will go to the Medicine Wind Valley to get them for you. Lu Ziyan came prepared, but Chu Yu did not. He had just come out of Pengmin Mountain, and had directly agreed to this challenge. It was likely that he lacked a lot of things. Chu Liyue tilted his head and smiled. Thank you, senior brother Zhong Sun. However, I don't lack medicinal herbs. You can rest assured. How could Zhong Sun really be at ease? Even if he didn't lack medicinal ingredients, he would still lose to Lu Ziyan if he refined an 8th-grade medicinal pill. According to the current situation, if Chu Yu wanted to win, there was only one way. Lu Ziyan had failed to refine the pill. Only in this way could Chu Yu win. However, this was a challenge. As long as Zhong Sun was unwilling to end the competition and continued to refine, Chu Yu could do nothing about it. If Zhong Sun still managed to refine it in the end, then this match, Chu Yu would still lose. Zhong Sun looked at the young man in the arena. His heart was anxious and his lips were dry. At this time, why didn't Chu Yu seem to be anxious at all? Lu Ziyan threw in a few more medicinal herbs and refined them in an orderly manner. Taking advantage of the free time, he even raised his head to take a look. Chu Yu, who was opposite him, had not moved. Even the medicinal cauldron was empty. He couldn't help but sneer. Junior brother Chu Yu, in this challenge, are you going to keep watching me refine pills? Let me remind you that the competition has already begun. It's too late for you to admit defeat now. Chu Liyue raised his eyebrows. Senior brother Lu, don't misunderstand. I'm really not interested in watching you refine pills. Her tone was very sincere and very serious. To be honest, this Lu Ziyan's alchemy level was not very good. Just that technique alone was enough to make her look down on it. If she really stared at it for a long time, she was worried that it would affect her performance. Lu Ziyan's face darkened. When the competition is over, let's see if you can still be so presumptuous. Chu Liyue didn't seem to care about this warning at all. After Lu Ziyan threw in a few more medicinal herbs, she finally retracted her gaze and chuckled. So senior brother Lu wants to refine a large success pill. Lu Ziyan's hand trembled slightly, and the last medicinal herb in his hand was accidentally shaken into the cauldron. He hurriedly took out that part, but most of it had already been refined in an instant. Even if his reaction was fast, he still couldn't completely handle it. Fortunately, this shouldn't affect the pill formation. Lu Ziyan raised his head to look, his heart was shocked and angry. You watched for so long just now because you want to know what kind of pill I'm going to refine. Yes. Chu Luyue chuckled, directly confirming his guess, but immediately frowned slightly, as if somewhat disappointed. I thought. Forget it, this will save me a lot of trouble. At first, she thought that Lu Ziyan would refine some kind of powerful pill, but who knew that after all this time, it was only an inferior 9th grade pill. Moreover, it was the kind that was more forced. This made Chu Luyue feel a little bored, but considering that the opponent's level wasn't high, she could win more easily. Chu Luyue's mood improved a lot. She didn't deliberately hide her emotions and thoughts, and Lu Ziyan saw it clearly on the opposite side. In an instant, the anger in his heart soared and burned. This brat. He actually looked down on me. Boom. Before he had time to speak, Chu Luyue on the opposite side finally moved. A thick and hot red flame instantly filled the entire medicinal cauldron. Then, almost without any delay, she threw in a series of medicinal herbs. The whole process was like moving clouds and flowing water, and her technique was perfect. Mobile users, please browse and read, a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 1163. The moment she made her move, the originally noisy crowd instantly quieted down. Among the onlookers, not all were celestial physician. But even if they were martial artists and Xian masters, those who could enter Lingxiao College were all top geniuses in the world. They more or less had a certain understanding of celestial physician. And they could also distinguish between good and bad alchemy skills. So, when Chu Luyue started refining, they were all shocked on the spot. The smoothness of his movements and control of the medicinal herbs were clearly better than Lu Ziyan's. Lu Ziyan was also shocked. Wasn't Chu Yu an 8th grade celestial physician? But the strength he displayed clearly far exceeded that. Lu Ziyan closed his eyes and looked again. Maybe Chu Yu was just bluffing and didn't have any ability at all. When he saw Chu Yu easily separating the medicinal herbs and refining them, the last trace of fantasy in Lu Ziyan's heart was completely shattered. At this time, even if he was unwilling, he had to admit that Chu Yu was indeed capable. A trace of panic faintly appeared in his heart. Maybe Chu Yu could really win against him. Suddenly, a burning pain came. Lu Ziyan took a breath of cold air and looked down. Only then did he realize that he was so distracted that he forgot to control the flame in the medicinal cauldron. Just now, it was the flame that leaped out that burned his hand. He wasn't injured, but the medicinal herbs in the medicinal cauldron were already ruined. Looking at the pile of things that were already charred black, Lu Ziyan was burning with anger. He wanted to kick the medicinal cauldron away and smash it on Chu Yu's face. Bang! He fiercely placed his hand on the medicinal cauldron and cleared out all the medicinal herbs. Some ashes flew and scattered. Seeing this scene, many people secretly exchanged glances. This Lu Ziyan's mental endurance was not good. Chu Yu was just standing there. He had just started refining, but he actually accidentally destroyed the medicinal herbs that he had just refined. TSK. If Chu Yu really won, who knew what kind of expression he would have? Lu Ziyan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Although his previous effort was wasted, he still had spare medicinal herbs in his hands. What he had to do next was to refine his medicinal pill as soon as possible. He began to refine medicine again. Chu Luyue only needed to glance at Lu Ziyan's situation from the corner of his eyes to know what was going on. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she found it a little funny. He really didn't know why Lu Yintong asked him to come. Did she overestimate Lu Ziyan or underestimate Chu Luyue? He had clearly lost once on the Million Wine Mountain, yet he was still so careless. Wasn't this the same as sending herself to her doorstep to win? Chu Luyue placed the rest of the herbs in an orderly manner. After coming out of Pengmin Mountain, she clearly felt that her strength had increased. Vaguely, he seemed to have touched the threshold of a higher level. Moreover, her spirit also seemed to have improved a lot, which made it easier for her to refine medicine. Time passed slowly. Outside the square, the number of onlookers had also increased. On one hand, there weren't many challenges in the academy, so each time, it would attract a lot of attention. On the other hand, the name, Chuyu, had been mentioned a lot in the academy recently. As soon as he came out of Pengmin Mountain, he began to challenge others, and his opponent was obviously stronger than him. Even if everyone wanted to ignore or forget this freshman, it was a little difficult. After receiving the news, Luo Shishir and the others also rushed over. Luo Yenlin even came with them. It's really Chuyu. After seeing the person standing in the square clearly, Shusheng couldn't help but exclaim. What is he thinking? Doesn't he know the rules of the challenge? If the place had made up his mind to mess with him, he was afraid that, Shishir, your friend is not very peaceful. Luo Yenlin stared at the field for a while and gave an evaluation. It was rare to see such a student who could cause trouble. Luo Shishir pursed her lips. It's Lu Yintong and the others who want to bully him, that's why he resisted. That day on Million Wine Mountain, it was clearly those people who provoked him and insisted on a competition. After losing, they were unwilling to accept it and sent others to deliberately cause trouble for Chuyu. From the beginning to the end, Chuyu didn't do anything wrong. If it was someone else, they might not be in the same situation as Chuyu and would have been bullied to death. The strong are respected, there's no bullying. Luo Yenlin said lightly. He obviously knows this principle himself. That was why he had agreed to carry out this challenge. Thinking of this, Luo Yenlin suddenly laughed. This kid is a little interesting. If he could really win this round, it wouldn't be others bullying him, it would be him, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in Chu Liuyue's medicine cauldron. A strong medicinal fragrance spread out from it. Chu Yu is about to form the pill. Someone in the crowd shouted. Almost at the same time, there was a similar movement on Lu Ziyan's side. The burning flames continued to rise. A spherical pill was faintly discernible. Lu Ziyan is about to succeed too. I wonder who will succeed first, so what if Chuyu succeeds first? An 8th grade pill can't be compared to a 9th grade pill. Look at him, he doesn't seem to be in a hurry at all. I wonder if he still has some tricks up his sleeve, Tricks up his sleeve? Could it be that he can also refine a 9th grade pill? The crowd roared with laughter. At this moment, Chu Luyue on the stage suddenly slapped the medicine cauldron. A cluster of flames wrapped around a fist-sized pill and suddenly flew up. At the same time, she waved her sleeve and several medicinal herbs fell into the medicine cauldron one after another. This sudden move shocked everyone on the spot. What is he trying to do? He hasn't finished refining the pill and he's already out of the cauldron? No. He's going to refine the second pill. He hasn't even formed the first pill, how can he refine the second one? Suddenly, a shocked cry came from the crowd, no. He's going to fuse the pill. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1164. Luo Shishir frowned and couldn't help but murmur. What is pill fusion? Pill fusion is a special method used by celestial physician when refining pills. I heard that it can fuse 2 or even more pills and finally condense them into a single pill. This way, all the medicinal effects can be gathered together to the greatest possible extent, thus increasing the grade of the pill. Luo Yenlin patiently explained from the side. Although he wasn't a celestial physician, he had stayed in the academy for a few years and still had some understanding of this. Increasing the grade of the pill? Luo Shishir's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he really intends to refine a 9th grade medicinal pill? He wants to win, so it's understandable that he would do this. Luo Yanlin laughed. Previously, I thought that if he could win, he could only hope that something would happen to Lu Ziyan. I didn't expect him to have this second option. In the beginning, he didn't take this Chu Yu to heart, and even had some natural hostility because Luo Shishir was especially concerned about him. But now, he found that this Chu Yu was indeed quite interesting. He had only been in the academy for a short time, and he had already made such a big name. Putting aside the previous things for the time being, as long as he could win today, he would definitely be famous in the entire academy. Luo Shishir and the others' faces were filled with joy. So, as long as he can succeed, the chances of winning are also very high. Luo Yanlin saw the smile on her face and couldn't help but reach out his hand, lightly flicked her forehead, and snorted, "Don't be so optimistic. I only said that he wanted to fuse the pill, but I didn't say that he would definitely be able to do it. One had to know that when refining pills, the most important thing was to be completely focused. If you want to fuse the pill, you must at least be able to multitask." He was an 8th grade celestial physician. If he wanted to defeat Lu Ziyan, he would have to refine at least 2 superior 8th grade pills. Luo Shishir and the others' expressions froze. To refine 2 superior 8th grade pills at the same time, not to mention an 8th grade celestial physician, even a 9th grade would be quite difficult, right? In any case, so far, I have never heard of an 8th grade celestial physician being able to complete the pill fusion. Luo Yanlin's words made their hearts sink, and they all looked at the field worriedly. That 16-year-old boy, could he really do it? Chu Luyue separated a ball of flame from his side and wrapped it around the pill he had just refined. About half an arm's length above the cauldron, he quietly refined it and carried out the final refinement. On the other side, she was still continuously adding new medicinal herbs into the medicinal cauldron. When Lu Ziyan looked up, he saw such a scene. He gritted his teeth as the hatred in his heart grew. "You overestimate yourself," he cursed under his breath. "An 8th grade celestial physician, do you know what it means to fuse pills? Forcing it was just showing off. In the end, he might not even be able to refine a single 8th grade medicinal pill." However, as time passed, nothing out of the ordinary happened on the other side. Throughout the entire process, Chu Luyue did it in an orderly manner. The pill at the top was constantly being condensed, and the medicinal herbs below were also being refined one after another. Soon, Chu Luyue actually began to smoothly refine the second pill. Lu Ziyan forced himself to retract his gaze and put all his attention on his own pill. However, in his heart, there was always a faint sense of anxiety and uneasiness, as if something bad was about to happen. When his mind was in chaos, the flame in the medicinal cauldron also fluctuated. His heart jumped fiercely, and he quickly stabilized it. Fortunately, the pill seemed to be fine. However, Lu Ziyan's heart still sank. When refining pills, the last step was very important, and it required even more concentration than before. If there was a slight mistake, it would cause irreparable consequences and affect the quality of the entire pill. More seriously, it could even cause the pill to be destroyed. Although this one of his pills could succeed, the quality was, gritting his teeth, Lu Ziyan still controlled the flame and carried out the final roasting and refining. Wang! An astonishing fluctuation reverberated in the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. A vermilion-red pill flew out from the medicinal cauldron. Lu Ziyan was already prepared. With a wave of his wrist, he set up a barrier above. That pill fiercely hit the barrier. Then it quickly bounced back. Lu Ziyan waved his sleeve and quickly kept that pill into a jade box. Kacha. The jade box closed. The pill was formed. Holding the jade box in his hand, Lu Ziyan let out a sigh of relief. It was daunting but not dangerous. This pill was finally formed. Now, the outcome of the competition depended on Chu Yu on the opposite side. Looking at Lu Ziyan's expression, everyone guessed that he should have successfully refined the large success pill. In other words, the current him had a 9th grade lower grade pill as a foundation. If Chu Yu failed to refine the pill, or the final pill was not 9th grade lower grade, then the winner of this competition would be Lu Ziyan. But if he succeeded in refining the pill, and the grade was higher than Lu Ziyan's, then, some people thought of this and could not help but secretly shake their heads. How could it be? A mere 8th grade celestial physician, Chu Yu, could not possibly have such ability. Chu Luyue was focused on refining the pill, turning a deaf ear to everything around her. Once, when she was still in Shangguanyu, she was quite good at refining pills and had a lot of experience. But after her rebirth, she never did it again. Today, it was because she wanted to win against Lu Ziyan that she had this idea. Based on her current strength, refining a grade 8 medicinal pill was not a problem. But 9th grade pills were a bit difficult. Instead of taking the risk, it was better to use a more reliable method, refining the pill. This method had a slightly lower requirement for the celestial physician's strength. Only the technique and attention requirements were higher, which was just right for her now. Of course, if the people present knew that she was thinking like this, they would probably have the heart to beat her. Because, it was precisely these that were the biggest test for a celestial physician. For martial artists and cultivators, if their talent was not enough, they could still make up for it with diligence. But celestial physician could not. Every step of a celestial physician's cultivation, every breakthrough, was closely related to the level of the cultivator's talent. For example, the same prescription, different celestial physician would have different effects. Only those with good talent and spirituality could bring out the greatest effect of this prescription. And a celestial physician's technique, sensitivity, perception, and so on were all included in the word talent. Some people, even if they practiced hundreds of times, might not be as good as others practicing once. And Chu Luyue was such a person. Why is there a group of people gathered over there? On the Donghuang Bell Tower, a few elders were sitting together. Hearing the movement, one of them looked down. It seems that there are students in a challenge. Wait, Wanzheng, come and take a look. That seems to be your new disciple. Elder Wanzheng heard the sound and walked over. Suddenly, his expression froze, and his brows slowly furrowed. This technique, why does it look a little familiar? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1165. He looked carefully at the young man who was refining pills. His movements were smooth and skillful. It was clearly an extremely tense challenge, but from his body, there didn't seem to be the slightest bit of nervousness. Elder Wanzheng narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious. The familiar feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Is it really Chu Yu? Wasn't he locked up in Min Mountain? Why is he? Wanzheng. I thought your disciple was obedient. I didn't expect him to be so stubborn. He just finished his punishment, and now he's fighting. The other elders also walked over and watched the competition with great interest. Hey, he seems to be refining pills. Suddenly, the elder who had first noticed the competition turned his head in surprise and glanced at Elder Wanzheng. Wanzheng, he didn't learn anything from you after he entered the school, right? Elder Wanzheng knew what he meant, so he replied, I didn't teach him how to refine pills. Oh, that's rare. The surrounding elders exchanged glances with each other when they heard this. Then, they began to laugh in an unknown manner. Most people wouldn't teach an 8th grade celestial physician how to refine pills, right? Yeah, I only started learning after I became a 9th grade celestial physician a year ago. Hey, but this kid's refining skills are smooth and skillful. I think he's even better than the 9th grade celestial physician. Wanzheng, you've got a good seed. The elders teased. Elder Wanzheng didn't say anything. He knew Chu Yu was talented, but he didn't expect him to be so good. If he remembered correctly, he was only 16 years old this year. If he were to succeed in this round of pill fusion, for some reason, a figure suddenly appeared in Elder Wanzheng's mind. He had the same amazing talent, and he kept getting into trouble. He clenched his fists in his sleeves. At this time, Lu Ziyan had finished refining pills and was waiting with the crowd. In the cauldron, the second pill was formed. As time slowly passed, the two pills finally condensed to the same size. Bang! Chu Luyue slammed his palm down. An orb of flame wrapped around the second medicinal pill and flew up. The two pills floated in the air, facing each other. Seeing this scene, everyone unconsciously held their breaths. Here it comes. Chu Luyue's eyes were fixed on the screen, and his mind was highly concentrated. This was the first time after her rebirth that she had directly tried to fuse her core. She had to win this round. Estimating that the temperature of the two flames had been adjusted, she took a deep breath. Two vigorous forces surged out from his dantian. Then, he poured it into his two hands. Boom! Boom! Two blazing flames instantly enveloped her hands. At the same time, she quickly raised her hands and controlled each of them. Then, she forcefully fused them together. As the two pills approached each other, they began to crazily repel each other. The flames around his body also started to become restless. Chu Luyue did not hesitate in the slightest. He continued to increase his strength. The two medicinal pills approached at an extremely slow speed. And when their flames touched one another, whoosh! Sparks flew everywhere. The light was dazzling. Chu Luyue's arms began to tremble slightly. She clenched her teeth and crazily urged the force in her body. Boom! On her hands, the flames burned even more fiercely. Under such strong movements, the flames of the two medicinal pills finally began to fuse. Lu Ziyan's heart seemed to have been ruthlessly knocked by something. A strong sense of uneasiness quickly filled his heart. Suddenly, between the two flames, there was a sound. Then, the flames that had begun to fuse actually separated from the middle again. At the same time, the two medicinal pills also began to slowly withdraw. Lu Ziyan's eyes brightened. I'm going to fail. If a celestial physician could not adjust the state of the two medicinal pills and forcefully fuse them, it would only lead to the complete destruction of the medicinal pills. Now, this was the situation. He could not help but laugh, his eyes full of ridicule. Blindly showing off could only lead to such a result. He already knew that Chu Yu, a mere 8th-grade celestial physician, could not do it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the two medicinal pills in the hands of the youth opposite him had already completely separated. Moreover, the flames on them gradually dimmed. Lu Ziyan clenched the jade box in his hands. His heart was already surging with ecstasy. This round, he would definitely win. What a pity. On the Donghuang Bell Tower, several elders were also watching the competition below. Seeing this scene, they could not help but reveal a look of regret. Just a little bit more, in the end, he is an 8th-grade celestial physician. His own strength is greatly lacking. It is indeed difficult to rely on technique to win. Another elder gave a fair evaluation and then looked at Wanzheng, who was next to him. Seeing that he was only staring at the competition below without a change in expression and not saying a word, the elders thought that he was unhappy because his disciple was about to lose. Well, no one would be able to laugh about this matter. Moreover, this was a challenge. Losing was not the most important thing. If the opponent did not let Chu Yu off, then, it would be troublesome. According to the rules, even if they were elders, it was not good for them to interfere. Wanzheng, this time Chu Yu lost, don't be disappointed. Actually, Chu Yu's talent and potential are very outstanding. In time, he will definitely surpass the person opposite him. One of the elders consoled. With your guidance, this child will definitely have a place on the green cloud roll in the future. Elder Wanzheng shook his head. He won't lose. Although his voice was calm, his tone was very determined. This was not a question, but a statement. Moreover, it was an extremely confident statement. The elders looked at each other. What was Wanzheng saying? Chuyu won't lose? However, they could clearly see that the kid had already lost control of the two pills. Once the flames on them were completely extinguished, he would. How could this be? Suddenly, an elder's exclamation was heard. When the others heard that, they immediately looked over. When they saw the situation below, they all fell into a dead silence. On the spacious square, the youth who had already shown signs of weakness did not lose in a logical manner. On the contrary, the flames on the two pills in front of him actually burned wildly. The momentum was even more turbulent than before. He pressed his hands down with force. The two balls of flames instantly merged. At the same time, the two pills wrapped in them instantly merged with each other. Chu Luiyue shouted, "Condense." A shockingly rich medicinal fragrance burst out from within. The flames on her hands had completely enveloped the pill. In the next moment, the pill rushed out of the flames, trying to escape. Chu Luiyue tiptoed and actually flew up, taking the pill back. She quickly put it into the jade box that she had prepared earlier. Click. The jade box was sealed. Chu Luiyue landed lightly, her clothes fluttering. She raised the jade box in her hand, and smiled at the pale-faced Lu Ziyan in front of her. Senior Lu, want to compete? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1166. Dead silence. Everyone looked at the smiling young man. They were all shocked and speechless for a moment. Success, he actually succeeded in fusing the pill. This is impossible. Lu Ziyan suddenly shouted. He stared at Chu Luiyue. His eyes were burning with anger. It was as if he wanted to burn a hole in Chu Luiyue's body. There is definitely a problem with your pill. Chu Luiyue was not angry. Even the smile on his face did not waver. Since senior brother Lu is so sure, why don't you verify it yourself? Seeing Chu Luiyue's confident look, Lu Ziyan's heart became more and more uneasy. His heart seemed to be tightly gripped by something. He saw clearly just now that Chuyu was clearly about to fail. But who would have thought that he would actually turn the tide? Lu Ziyan kept comforting himself in his heart. Impossible, even a 9th-grade celestial physician would be helpless in that situation, let alone Chuyu. Even if his pill did not seem to have any problems, but, with such a large fluctuation, he did not believe that it was a completely intact pill. This Chuyu, he was most likely pretending to be calm. Thinking of this, Lu Ziyan's mood calmed down. He calmed himself down and walked forward. It seems that junior brother Chuyu is very confident in himself. Lu Ziyan coldly said. Since that is the case, why don't you take it out first? Chu Luiyue smiled. Senior brother Lu, let's finish refining first. You go first. Lu Ziyan gritted his teeth. He was more and more sure that this kid in front of him was guilty. He coldly snorted and picked up his jade box. Everyone's gazes were focused on it. Then, Lu Ziyan opened the jade box. A vermilion pill the size of a longan fruit was lying quietly within. Everyone could clearly see the lines on it. It was indeed a 9th-grade lower pill. Did you see it clearly? Lu Ziyan's tone was somewhat impatient. Just as he was about to close the jade box, Chu Luiyue suddenly spoke. Wait. Lu Ziyan frowned, is there anything else? Chu Luiyue pointed at his jade box. Senior brother Lu, there seems to be something wrong with your pill. Lu Ziyan's face slightly changed. What nonsense are you talking about? That medicinal pill just now was a 9th grade lower grade medicinal pill, everyone saw it clearly. What problem could there be? His voice was tinged with impatience and irritation. Chu Liuyue's expression did not change, and his smile was gentle. Senior brother Lu, although I'm only an 8th grade celestial physician, I can't compare to a 9th grade doctor like you. But I've seen grade 9 pills before. The quality of your pill just now seemed to be a little off. I wonder if senior martial brother Lu would mind picking up the pill and letting everyone take a closer look. Lu Ziyan's heart jumped. This kid, how could he tell? What right do you have to question my pills? Lu Ziyan gripped the jade box tightly and asked gloomily. Chu Liyue blinked. This is a challenge. Isn't it normal to take out the pill for everyone to see clearly? Senior martial brother Lu is so resistant, could it be that you don't dare? Lu Ziyan choked. In front of everyone, it was indeed difficult for him to refuse. He was so angry that he laughed. Good. Since that's the case, don't forget later, you have to do the same. Chu Liyue smiled and nodded, pushing the boat with the current, of course. Senior martial brother Lu, please. This time, Lu Ziyan was in a difficult position. He gritted his teeth, opened the jade box again, and took out the pill inside. Hey! There seems to be a spot on that pill. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Lu Ziyan looked at that person fiercely with a fierce gaze. The person who spoke hurriedly kept quiet. But everyone had already heard this sentence. Moreover, everyone's eyesight was quite good. Even if that person did not say it, they could see that there was indeed a dark spot on the pill. In fact, that spot was only the size of a mung bean. Moreover, it was very inconspicuous on this vermilion red pill. But, this meant that the quality of this medicinal pill had already been greatly reduced. Hiss, so Lu Ziyan's pill was not refined at all? With such a large spot, can this pill still be considered a 9th grade pill? The medicinal strength is mixed and unevenly distributed. Such a pill, even if it's a 9th grade pill, the effect won't be good, right? The crowd discussed animatedly. Some celestial physician gave an extremely sharp evaluation. Lu Ziyan's face was red and white, as if he was being tortured. He had been worried about this problem before, but he did not expect it to be like this in the end. He wanted to muddle through, but who knew that Chu Yu was so treacherous and cunning? He braced himself and received everyone's various gazes, looking at Chu Liyue with resentment and anger. You. Now, it's time for you to take out the pill and let everyone judge. Chu Liyue slightly raised his eyebrows, opened the jade box without hesitation, and took out the pill. That pill was the same size as an ordinary pill, but the color was very strange. Dark green and light blue, 2 colors, each occupying half, the boundary was clear and the color was rich. Moreover, the surface of the pill was smooth and flat, suffused with a faint luster. With one look, one could tell that the medicinal strength was fused extremely well. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the lines on the surface were exactly the same as Lu Ziyan's previous large success pill. The pill that Chu Liyue refined was clearly a 9th grade lower pill. When he saw the perfect color and shape of the pill, Lu Ziyan's heart was very uneasy. This uneasiness, when he saw the same level of lines, surged to the extreme. Almost in an instant, he already knew that this round, he had lost. The last trace of blood on his face faded away with a swish. The surrounding crowd, after a short moment of silence, suddenly exploded. 9th grade lower pill. Chu Yu's pill is actually a 9th grade lower pill. Moreover, this appearance is clearly stronger than Lu Ziyan's. Doesn't this mean that he won this round? I really couldn't tell that Chu Yu was actually so strong. Ha! To be able to enter Elder Wan Zheng's eyes, of course, he is not an ordinary person. Lu Ziyan originally wanted to rely on his status as a 9th-grade celestial physician to crush the other party, who would have thought that he would fail. This time, I'm afraid that his face has been completely thrown away. All kinds of voices came one after another. Lu Ziyan's heart was beating wildly, his face was burning with pain. How could he have thought that Chu Yu would actually succeed? Just now, he was still thinking that Chu Yu's pill must have a problem, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he could clearly see that Chu Yu's pill was indeed more outstanding than his. He couldn't even refute a single word. Chu Luyue looked at him. "Senior Lu, have you seen it?" Lu Ziyan ground his teeth and said hatefully, "You win." After saying that, he fiercely swung his sleeves and was about to leave. "Wait." Chu Luyue's voice came from behind. Lu Ziyan turned his head, his brows tightly knitted, his eyes filled with disgust. "What else do you want?" Chu Luyue laughed, his eyebrows curved, and slowly said, "Did I say that this round is over?" Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 1167. Lu Ziyan was startled. The crowd quietened down and looked at Chu Luyue in confusion. What did he mean? He didn't want it to end? But the competition was already over, and he even won. What was the point of continuing? You still want to continue? Lu Ziyan's brows furrowed even tighter. I've already admitted defeat, what else do you want? Chu Luyue smiled innocently. The so-called challenge competition requires both sides to agree to end the competition, isn't it? Looking at the youth's smile, Lu Ziyan's heart suddenly sank. He faintly felt that he had been tricked. You still want to compete in alchemy? Not to mention that he had already won, there was no need to continue. Even if they really had another match, the two of them didn't have much energy left. Who said we want to compete in alchemy? Chu Luyue said in surprise. Isn't the challenge competition free to play? Ha! Don't tell me you still want to fight? Lu Ziyan seemed to have heard a joke and ridiculed. He sized up Chu Luyue with undisguised contempt in his eyes. If I remember correctly, you're only at the early stage of rank 7, right? With this bit of strength, you still want to fight with me? It was normal for him to look down on Chu Luyue's level. After all, the Academy's entry standard for martial artists was rank 9 martial artists. Even if some Xian master and celestial physician weren't good at this, most of them weren't weak. Chu Luyue was at the early stage of rank 7 and was undoubtedly at the bottom of the list in the academy. Although Lu Ziyan didn't have much talent as a martial artist, he was still an expert at the early stage of rank 8. To deal with Chu Luyue, who was at the early stage of rank 7, was a piece of cake. Moreover, a martial artists' competition was fought with real swords and spears. Without real ability, it was impossible to win by relying on unorthodox means. Obviously, from Lu Ziyan's point of view, Chu Luyue took the initiative to make such a request because he wanted to use some underhanded means to win. Otherwise, he really couldn't imagine how Chu Luyue could bridge the huge gap between the two of them. It's a challenge match anyway. What's one more round? Hearing Chu Luyue's affirmative answer, Lu Ziyan almost laughed out loud. Are you sure? Chu Luyue nodded seriously. Senior martial brother Lu, please. Lu Ziyan let out a ha. Good. Then I'll fight with you. What is Chu Yu thinking? Not only did he win one match, he even wants to continue. Moreover, it's a martial arts competition. Early stage 7th stage, it's not that I look down on him, but his strength is too low. This time, if things don't go well, Lu Ziyan might be able to get back all the humiliation he suffered before, Luo Yanlin suddenly asked. How is his battle prowess? Luo Shishir didn't expect her fourth brother to take the initiative and shook her head. We've never seen him fight, so, we're not too sure. Luo Yenlin pondered for a moment. Do you know where he came from? Luo Shishir and the others shook their heads together. Chuyu didn't seem to like to talk about this. He had always been secretive, so they didn't ask much. But, he has a very powerful Yuan tool on him. After we entered the academy, the Yuan tools we used to hide our aura were useless, but Chuyu didn't seem to be affected. Even Elder Wenxi and the others didn't recognize it. Luo Yenming suddenly said. Oh. Luo Yenlin was surprised. There aren't many people who can have Yuan tools of this level. There were two possibilities. Firstly, Chuyu had unintentionally obtained that Yuan instrument through a fortuitous encounter. Second, he came from an extremely powerful family. And his position was extremely high. Their Luo family was also a first-rate family. If they didn't have Yuan tools of this level, then they definitely did. It was just that this item was extremely precious, and they might not be able to get it. Even he didn't have such a treasure when he first came to the academy, let alone Luo Shishir and the others. Luo Yenlin thought to himself and looked at the arena again. That young man stood tall and straight. Although his face was still a little immature, the expression between his brows was calm and collected. His temperament didn't seem like a nameless person. Lu Yintong and the others might have kicked a metal plate this time. Wanzheng, Wanzheng. On the Donghuang Bell Tower, a few elders were still watching the competition. One of them saw that Elder Wanzheng was in a daze and didn't know what he was thinking, so he called out to him. Elder Wanzheng snapped back to reality. What's wrong? What do you mean what's wrong? We want to ask you what's wrong. One of the elders laughed. What are you thinking about? You're so engrossed. Elder Wanzheng frowned and shook his head. Nothing. Don't think about it. Let's look at your disciple first. Not only did he win the alchemy competition, but he also wants to continue fighting with others. The elders were shocked when they saw that Chu Luyue had successfully fused the pills and won the competition. After the shock, they were filled with envy and jealousy towards Wanzheng. Chu Yu's talent as a celestial physician was greater than they had expected. If they had known, they would have fought for it on the first day of the month. Elder Wanzheng followed their gazes and looked down. As expected, the two of them had put away their cauldrons and were facing each other from a distance, preparing to compete. One of the elders suddenly laughed. Wanzheng, not only is your disciple talented as a celestial physician, but he's also good at causing trouble. I guess you'll be busy in the future. It was a joke, but in Elder Wanzheng's ears, it was as if a layer of fog had been lifted. Something seemed to have flashed through his mind. However, before he could think clearly, Lu Xian's furious voice came from below. Absolutely not. With his thoughts in a mess, Elder Wanzheng frowned and looked down. On the square, the two of them faced each other. Lu Xian's face was flushed red and he was agitated. He pointed at Chu Luyue. To be more precise, he was pointing at the small one on her shoulder. Although it was red and furry and looked very cute, everyone present knew that it was Chu Luyue's contracted divine beast, red-tailed red phoenix. Moreover, this one had clearly defeated Lu Yintong's contracted divine beast before. It was obvious how strong its combat power was. If he were to really go against it. As a rank 8 warrior, Lu Xian would only have a dead end. This competition is between the two of us. If you use your contracted magical beast, it's cheating. Because of his nervousness, Lu Xian's voice was particularly sharp. Since the magical beast is contracted with the cultivator, they are partners. Living and dying together and fighting together is a matter of course. Why are you saying that I can't summon it now? Chu Luyue tapped Dumpling's head and chuckled casually. Why don't you call your contracted magical beast out for a battle? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 1168. Lu Ziyan choked in her chest and almost spat at the person in front of her. Bah! He really had the nerve to say such things. He even wanted him to summon a contract magical beast. If he also contracted a divine beast, of course he wouldn't have any qualms. But how could there be so many divine beasts in the world? Even Lu Yintong's was something that he had painstakingly asked for. And her divine beast had previously lost to Chu Yu. If it weren't for that bet, there wouldn't be such a mess today. In front of such a tyrannical divine beast, his contracted 9th grade magical beast might not even be able to withstand 3 moves. Anyway, I don't agree. This competition can only be fought by the 2 of us. The smile on Chu Liuyue's face faded a little. Her expression was restrained like this, and there was a faintly discernible cold pressure that spread out. Immediately, a cold and indifferent voice entered his ears. I said, let's compete like this. Lu Ziyan met that pair of cold and calm eyes, and his heart inexplicably felt a chill. Under the gaze of that pair of eyes, he inexplicably felt that he had become incomparably small, and unconsciously felt reverence in his heart. He shuddered. How could a teenager have such a gaze? He still wanted to refute, but for some reason, those words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say anything. He gritted his teeth. Fine. Let's compete. As long as he let the contracted magical beast stall the red-tailed phoenix, he could quickly finish off Chu Yu, and still win. Wind owl bird. He roared loudly, and the force around his body surged. Above his head, a huge bird beast quickly appeared. That bird beast's body was brightly colored, and its main color was dark blue. There were 9 white feathers on its head, and a pair of orange eyes, cold and indifferent. A 9th grade magical beast. In fact, a 9th grade magical beast's level was not low, but in a place like Lingxiao College, where the top powerhouses and geniuses gathered, it was very ordinary. Especially when the opponent was a real divine beast. The red-tailed phoenix with an extremely strong bloodline. Dumpling lazily opened its eyes. Perhaps it was because it had absorbed the power of Tianlei, but Chu Liyue felt that its aura was different from before. Dumpling's beautiful eyes swept over them. A trace of fear appeared in the eyes of the wind glutton bird. That was the absolute pressure that came from his bloodline. Lu Ziyan naturally felt the subtle change in his contracted magical beast's mood, and couldn't help but be even more annoyed. Go! He let out a stern shout. As long as he could stop that red-tailed red phoenix for a moment, he would definitely be able to take care of Chu Yu. Although the windstalk bird was afraid, it could not disobey its master's orders. It flapped its wings and flew forward. Almost at the same time, Lu Ziyan's figure also disappeared from the spot. I didn't expect to see 2 celestial physician fighting like this in a challenge, an early stage 7th order and an early stage 8th order, huh? I haven't seen a competition of this level in a long time. Interesting, interesting. I really don't know what that Chu Yu is thinking. Since he won, he should just end it beautifully. Why do he have to deliberately make things difficult for himself? Don't say, if I had such a red-tailed red phoenix, I would dare to do the same. So what if he has a divine beast? If his own strength is not enough, it will also limit the divine beast's performance. In the end, it's not certain who will win or lose. If Lu Ziyan's speed is fast enough, there is still a high chance that he can win this round. Many of the surrounding martial artists were obviously interested, and each of them had different opinions. Chu Liyue, who was on the field, more or less heard these words. Lu Ziyan's confidence increased greatly, but when he looked ahead, the youth's expression was still indifferent, as if he did not take those words to heart. Pretend. Lu Ziyan cursed in his heart. Let's see if he will still have such a calm and aloof expression when he is beaten to the point that he is looking for his teeth on the ground. At this moment, Dumpling had already flown up and faced the wind glutton bird head-on. Thus, in Lu Ziyan's line of sight, there was only Chu Luyue left. He almost laughed out loud. Without the divine beast's protection, Chu had even less of an advantage. He was simply full of flaws. Wind Thunder Fist. He mobilized the force in his body and poured it all into his right fist. Immediately, he fiercely punched forward. The wind from the fist whistled. The void shook. For this punch, Lu Ziyan used all his strength. He had to end this battle quickly. Chu Luyue stood in her original position, her footsteps slightly moved back half a step, and her knees were slightly bent. She bent her arm, pulled back, accumulated strength, and slowly clenched her fist. It was clearly an extremely ordinary action, but when she did it, it was incomparably smooth and pleasing to the eye. It was as if all the blood, flesh, tendons and bones in her body were perfectly mobilized. In front of her, Lu Ziyan's fist was already in front of her. The biting cold and terrifying pressure raised her hair, and her clothes fluttered. This astonishing power almost made people wonder if this punch would directly explode the opponent's head if it hit the face. Chu Luyue's face was suffused with a layer of coldness. She stared straight at Lu Ziyan, who was opposite her, without any fear in her eyes. Immediately, without any hesitation, she punched out. The simplest. The most direct punch. Bang! Two fists collided. Kacha. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The next moment, the complacent look on Lu Ziyan's face quickly disappeared, and replacing it was extreme pain. At this moment, Elder Wanzheng, who was standing on top of the Eastern Emperor Bell Tower, narrowed his eyes. Unconsciously, he took a step forward and tightly held onto the railing with one hand. This fist technique, he had seen it before. Digression, it's almost the end of the month, there is still a quota for this month's Star of Long Reviews mobile users, please browse and read, a better reading experience from LoveNet. Chapter 1169. The two of them were in a stalemate. However, one of them looked indifferent while the other's facial features were distorted. Lu Ziyan took a deep breath as he stared at Chu Luyue in disbelief and horror. How could a rank 7 warrior have such terrifying physical strength? With this punch, he thought he would be able to finish off his opponent, but he did not expect that he would break his hand first. An intense pain came from his hand, almost causing his vision to turn black. He subconsciously wanted to retract his fist. But the young man in front of him suddenly raised the corner of his lips. That smile was extremely faint and cold. Lu Ziyan shuddered as all the hair on his body stood up. He did not even think and immediately retreated. However, it was too late. Chu Luyue took the lead to change his fist into a palm and clamped down on his wrist, and immediately bent it upwards. Crack! Another bone-crunching sound rang out. Lu Ziyan finally could not hold it in and let out a shrill scream as cold sweat kept coming out from his forehead. Seeing his hand being forced into a strange position, the onlookers were all shocked. In fact, they had seen much more bloody scenes than this. But what made them feel cold was that when the young man on the field was doing this, his expression was so calm. Even the corner of his mouth had a faint smile. It was as if breaking a person's hand was no different from breaking a piece of wood to him. To be able to have such a reaction, it was either his natural disposition was cold and callous, or he was used to such scenes, so he did not take it to heart. But no matter which one it was, it contained the same logic. This person was not to be trifled with. Lu Ziyan was about to use his force to resist, but Chu Luyue had already lifted his leg and kicked him in the chest. Pooh! Lu Ziyan flew out and landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned ashen. He used his other arm to struggle to get up, but after a few attempts, he did not succeed. At the same time, his breathing became heavier and heavier, like an old bellows, he could only gasp for air. It was as if there were countless needles piercing his chest. The pain was unbearable. Lu Ziyan's heart was filled with hatred. This was the result of Chu Yu's kick. If he hadn't experienced it personally, he wouldn't have believed that a rank 7 warrior could be so strong in close combat. Just as he tried to stand up again but failed and fell to the ground, a pair of black deerskin boots appeared in his line of sight, as well as a fluttering corner of clothes. His movements suddenly stopped. Only his heart was beating wildly, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. He raised his head slowly and with great difficulty, he saw that familiar face. Looking at that youthful face and that pair of eyes that seemed to be like a black pool that could never be seen through, Lu Ziyan's heart suddenly surged with an unprecedented fear. At this moment, he suddenly realized that this young man was not someone he could provoke. Chu Luyue looked down at him and clicked his tongue. Rank 8 warrior. Aren't you a little too impatient? She thought that Lu Ziyan could at least resist for a while, but who knew that with one punch, he couldn't stand it. Compared to the puppets of the same rank that she fought with when Dabao trained her, it was like heaven and earth. What Chu Luyue didn't know was that those puppets were meticulously refined by Dabao. Other than the fact that they didn't have any force, they were the best in all aspects. She was used to fighting with those puppets, so it was naturally easy for her to fight against such a puppet. Hearing her words, everyone's heart skipped a beat and looked at her strangely. Impatient, he is at least one rank higher than you. You're going too far by saying that. No one could understand the fear in Lu Ziyan's heart. Just now, the other party only used 2 moves, and almost didn't use any force, and he was directly crippled. This Chu Yu's physical strength could be said to be terrifying. Previously, he only thought that he was talented as a celestial physician and was mediocre as a warrior, so he shouldn't be a concern. Who knew that he was such a pervert? Lu Ziyan felt that half of his life was about to be kicked away by that kick. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the side. Something fell to the ground, and even the ground shook. Lu Ziyan turned his head to look, and his breathing stagnated. It was his contracted magical beast, the wind squawk bird, which was directly beaten to the ground by the red-tailed phoenix's wings. Looking carefully, the feathers on the wind squawk bird's body were also charred black and messy. It looked very miserable. Chu Luyue turned his head, and the corner of his lips curled up slightly. Dumpling, I'm faster than you this time. Dumpling stepped on the wind squawk bird's face fiercely. Then, it flew to Chu Luyue's shoulder and squatted down. Hearing Chu Luyue's words, its bright eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction. It was because it had swallowed the Tianlei's power, the bloodline power in its body was preparing to awaken. It took some time to adjust the power in its body, which was why it was late. Otherwise, it would definitely be faster. Chu Luyue nodded its head, and looked at Lu Ziyan meeting that pair of smiling eyes. He suddenly had an idea and shouted with difficulty, I admit defeat. I really admit defeat. I don't want to fight anymore. If he continued to fight, what would he do with the remaining half of his life left here? His words, which were filled with fear and pleading, caused everyone to completely quiet down. This scene was really strange. The 2 of them, one standing and one lying down, one high and one low. It should have been a competition without any suspense, but at this moment, the one begging for mercy was the higher-level Lu Ziyan. Even half a quarter of an hour ago, no one would have believed that things would develop in such a direction. In the dead silence, only Lu Ziyan's begging voice was exceptionally clear. Chu Luyue tilted his head. You admit defeat? Yes. I lost. I'm not as good as you, and I accept my loss wholeheartedly. You don't want to fight anymore? I don't want to fight anymore. Facing Chu Luyue's questions, Lu Ziyan answered every question very quickly, without the slightest hesitation. Seeing that Chu Luyue seemed to be lost in thought, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart, and he added, I promise, in the future, in the academy, I will never fight with you again. Chu Liyue touched his chin. Ugh. It seems that you really don't want to fight anymore. Lu Ziyan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. At this moment, he could no longer care about Lu Yintong's reminder to teach Chu Yu a lesson. His heart was filled with thoughts of getting out of the current situation as soon as possible. Yes. I really won't disturb you anymore. I promise. Lu Ziyan hurriedly took out his black jade token as a guarantee. You don't want to fight anymore. Chu Liyue raised his eyebrows slightly, and suddenly smiled. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he was as sly as a fox. He whispered, how can there be such a good thing? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.